Hello, people! I have once again been goofing around all month, and as a result, I am low on dragon points. Not as bad as last month, because I've actually been running a bunch of dungeons, but unfortunately, they're lacking. So this time I'm not waiting until the very last day. I've got a little bit of leeway here. Um, just gonna do the same thing as I always do. Oh, nice. I've still got the double experience buff. I was just thinking I should probably clear out some of the main quest on all my alt characters too. I'll get around to it all eventually, I'm sure. But for today, I think we're gonna stick with the dragon point since that's got a hard deadline of tomorrow. Now, unfortunately, my normally, I have a playlist built in iTunes that I use for the background music, and for some reason, iTunes has decided that it just doesn't want to work properly. So I'm going to go ahead and load up VLC Media Player. That's actually the reason why I'm late, is because iTunes is being annoying. Loaded up VLC Media Player, and this should work. Yeah. I might need to tweak the sound settings, but yeah, my iTunes was I know most people hate it, but I've literally never had an issue with it before. And today it just decided it was gonna not work. But here we are. Chill tunes. How many thousand dragon points? 225,000? No sweat. Nope. But as usual, unfortunately, a lot of my characters have treasure charms on because I was planning on doing bonds next, but sometimes we just have to suffer. Hello, Zaris! I'm doing okay. I've been on call all week, and I actually haven't gotten a call from work until today. But they called and said, hey, can you work tomorrow? So I think we're pretty solid that they're not going to call today now. But the good news about that is that I have been working away on my projects here. I've got my new microphone, but I don't think the quality is that significantly different right now because I haven't really had a chance to actually, like, properly set it up, I think. I would say, yeah. Right now I'm still just running it with the same settings as my old mic used, but once I have the time to, like, which is funny to say after I haven't done a shift at my day job all week, but once I have the time to, like, properly set up where it is on my desk and stuff, oh, it's gonna be so much nicer, I think. But in the meantime, we have dragon points to farm and no time to waste. So yeah, we've got about 225,000. Oh, I just hit the 3,000 too. Which is good, because I spent a whole bunch of LP on experience stuff for my wizard over the last little bit, which is why my LP is so low. I should probably run these guys to Navia to get rid of all these extra fragments as well. Where's my coffee? Actually, this morning, I was about to... it's kind of hard to start running dungeons when I'm on call for work, because if I start a nice big set with a party, I might have to dip out partway and I feel bad. But right as I was about to start, I saw somebody recruiting and I just joined, like, for a roar party, and I just joined in and leaned back and rested. Don't know what to do. Buy a house or department? I think you probably meant apartment there. Apartment living comes with some drawbacks. I get very nervous about bothering the neighbors. So this is kind of a small story, but when we first moved in, I had a it was a food-in that we've got from Japan, and it's been my dream for the longest time to have it out catching some it's a glass wind bell. How about that? It's a glass wind bell, and I really wanted to put it out. And so finally I worked up the nerve on a very slightly breezy day in the spring a couple years back. I put it out and I was sitting on the patio just living my best life, and we got a complaint to the strata over my wind chime. A tiny glass bell. We got a complaint to the strata about it. So now I'm like ultra self-conscious about not wanting to make enough noise to get complaints because I got super nervous about it. But then on the other hand, when our neighbors were stomping around at midnight, they didn't matter how much we complained, they wouldn't do anything about it. It really doesn't feel very fair. So that's condo living, in my opinion. Is that it can be a little bit unfair. Oh, I probably should use the healing one. That being said, I would love to have a little house, but there's just nowhere that I'd be able to afford one. So, yeah, houses being expensive is kind of... But on the other hand, because the area that I live in is so dense with condos, there's so many nice little restaurants that are in walking distance, which is something I didn't consider because as a kid, there was nowhere that you could walk to any distance from like the house that we lived in. I think I used to walk an hour to get to a bus stop from my house when I was a kid. Yeah, it was probably about 4 kilometers to the bus stop. And I mean, 4 kilometers isn't too bad, but still an hour walk. I don't know, every once in a while I get this dream of just like moving to the very far countryside where I can actually afford a small little house and just kind of curling up there and being a professional. The dream is if I could ever be a professional streamer, it would be nice to move to the countryside. As long as they have internet, right? Well, internet and air conditioning, because I actually did once live for a summer in an extremely remote community. And the place that I lived had front windows that were, it looked like it used to be like a storefront, so it had big, giant windows in the front. And it heated up so much, and there was no air conditioning. It was an experience. Man, living places, there's just all sorts of different things to take into consideration. But the other thing I always say is that I'd love to, like, find a place super remote that me and my mother could live so that she could finally retire. But now that all the work from home jobs are going back to the offices, it's kind of hard to get your hands on a job that would actually facilitate that kind of life. Now, I actually don't have any of the, not that I don't have any, but last month I used up all of my Azurian stones. So we're kind of just going to be going with the basic gains. Oh, I was gonna say, since I ended up having to do this in another program, I could have added some more songs to the playlist. Oh well. I mean, as it stands, it's 13 hours long. It's not like we're gonna listen to everything anyway. Now that I think about it, I should have put on something for Halloween. Hold on. Hold on. There. There we go. Abe no Seime's mask. There we are. I actually run with Abe no Seimei on my wizard, so I was using him this morning. I still like him even though they nerfed him. Yeah, my wizard does have Oh, Zaris, oh boy, around 250,000 USD for a house. Yeah, that's a lot. Although I equally want to complain that in Canada, my condo on my taxes is technically valued at $700,000. That's not what we paid for it, and I don't think we'd be able to sell it for that, but 700,000 Canadian, that's probably somewhere in like the, oh, I'm bad at conversion. It's probably somewhere around $500,000 US dollars for a condo in a remote area on the edge of civilization. Because prices for housing is just completely whack here in Canada. Any house at all, $1 million minimum. No, it's Sigrun. Can't sell that. We're almost at another wishing coin. But oh, hey, Josie. The only thing, I'm not sure if you were here for it, is just that I have a lot of issues with my neighbors. Is that, like, the example I gave was that when I put out a fooding for one afternoon, like a little glass bell for one afternoon while I was sitting outside, the Strata sent us a letter of complaint about noise as a violation for having a fooding. But even though we've got quiet hours, our upstairs neighbors stomping around and waking us up like every night for months, they kept asking for more evidence in order to send a warning. So I think that the Strata Council at our building just doesn't take people under 60 seriously. So if you've got a good strata, I'm sure apartment living wouldn't be as tough. But it is all that we can afford. I do have a roommate, actually. It's an old friend from high school. We've been pals forever. And we decided to buy a house, like a condo together, so that at the very least we could start building up some equity. Because if we were renting, we'd be probably paying more than we are right now and not getting anything out of it, right? Although I do not recommend going. Not that I've got an issue with my roommate, my best pal. It's super cool to just be right there with your bestie, and every once in a while you're allowed to go like, hey, let's go out for dinner, and you've just got somebody to go out for dinner with. It's really nice. But I know from experience talking with other people, that does not go that well for most people. You know, our apartment complex does allow dogs too, which is why it's so shocking that my little wind bell would have triggered somebody so much that they had to complain. I'll probably get these out of my inventory, otherwise I'll accidentally sell them to an NPC when I'm trying to run dungeons or something. Alright, well that's one character down. It's so depressing seeing how many places don't allow pets. But on the other hand, I was taking care of Stella for the summer. And it also just felt sad that she didn't have a big old yard. I tried to take her for a lot of walks to make up for it. Alright, next character. She doesn't have any Azurian crystals either. And yet another character that's got some main quest to do. Honestly, this week is probably the time to do main quests if you've got some. I'm lucky because I managed to get the hair that'll give me the quest experience buff here. But the jack-o'-lantern shades, you can get those in the events that are on right now. So you can easily nab those jack-o'-lantern shades for another 5% quest experience buff. Plus we have the Eileen buff on, so if you want to do main quest, it's a great week for it. I was gonna say maybe if we hit the 800,000 before, like in good time, maybe I'll continue on to running that, but I don't think we're gonna hit 800,000 in good time. Come to think of it, she's S25. I should pick her up a weapon. Because she's still using S5. I'll watch out for somebody that's got high dragon points for the gold. I should probably also keep an eye out for Vault of Eternity runs, because my LP is so low. I don't normally run Vault of Eternity, but I spent a bunch of LP on experience stuff, and then I spent a bunch on breakthroughs for my cards, actually. Because I finished my Awakening Holy Chest not too long ago, I've been trying to think of what my next big target should be, and I thought maybe I should work on breakthroughing all my cards. It takes a lot of LP. Oh, these characters all have random crap in their inventories too, huh? At some point I should really just like completely clear these out and get rid of anything that's not worth it. Like, I've been selling all of these that I get from dismantling the Eidolon tokens. And then when I'm actually doing wishes, it feels like I need them. Oh, hello, Mr. Blue Whale! Which ones are you missing in the LP store? Josie? Like, do you still have a lot of them that are missing? I didn't think there was that many non-spawn ones. I mean, I'm gonna count Alucard as not being a spawn one in that case, because it's really hard to get him inside the temple, but... How about half, huh? Are you counting that you can do dungeon spawns for some of them? I know they're rare, but they happen. Oh, listen, I'm literally not even using an Eidolon. I find that if I take Eidolons out on my characters, I forget to put them back in, and then they're just stuck there forever. Oh, hello, Stephen. I mean, it's a free-to-play game, so I'm not sure what you mean by you paid to play it, but there's just something about the way the combat feels that I really enjoy. So I've been playing this game for basically over a decade since it first came out in open beta. But I get that it's not for everybody. Oh, and I forgot. I'm probably gonna need a Eidolon for this. Who can we use? That might be a good choice. Hello, Resident! Did I get it? Yeah, that'll do. I'm not at the level where I'm gonna be soloing super high-end game content like Vault of Eternity. Truthfully, I can only do Vault of Eternity to level 7 with my best gear. If I had a party for 8, because I know that having a party actually, when you stand in Frederick's circles, it debuffs him a bit. Or rather, brings him down to baseline, rather than buffing him. Maybe if I had a full party, it's possible I could do 8, but I haven't done it enough times to, like, alone to really know the mechanics. And every time I run with a super intense carry, they want you to stay dead because apparently there's some mechanics that are easier when there's no other party members. But yeah, no, I can only beat Vault of Eternity to 7. I'm not like, and obviously I'm not a whale, so I don't have a lot of like super good high-end Paragon stuff. Speaking of which, was that thing in Paragon today new? I mean, Kurt's revolver is in there, but I'm not gonna roll for that. I do, to an extent, in that I don't know how to say it. I have worn costumes, and I think it's a fun celebration, but it's not like I can go out and trick or treat because they don't allow that in condos around here. Frankly, when I moved in, I thought for kids it would be like the ultimate Halloween. You don't have to go out in the elements, but you can get a whole bunch of candy from all the different condos. But no, they don't actually even let kids go out and they don't let kids knock on the doors inside the buildings. I am hoping to do a stream tomorrow. I got a call for a shift at work tomorrow as well, though, and it's a 10-hour. So I'll be home a little on the later side. It's actually really funny because after I was like, yeah, it's probably safe that they're not going to call at this point. Like, literally 10 minutes before the stream is about to start, they called. And I'm like, oh, come on. But no, it was just for a shift for tomorrow. Which is nice, because now I don't have to wake up in the morning thinking I don't know what I'm doing. Makes me wonder if it'll be a busy day because it's Halloween or a quieter day because everybody's already got plans. I wonder how that comes across in terms of not knowing what my job is. That people having plans would make it so that my work is quieter. Although, I bet you if I show up to work tomorrow, there's gonna be candy all over the office. That's kind of suffering. I'm really bad at, like, I'm super great at not buying bad foods. Like, I don't go out for donuts that very often. I don't go out for sweets. I don't go out for cake. I'm not too bad at saving money in terms of not spending it on little treats like that. Oh, but if there's free donuts, oh boy. Or Timbits at the office, oh, I'm done. Hey, Nanachi! Oh, there's probably gonna be candy around the office tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, we're doing fine. I closed the window because it's so cold outside, but my computer generates way too much heat. Just a second. Oh. If the sound from out, I think they might be doing yard work outside though. So if it's coming through on the microphone, let me know and I'll close the window again. And we clean out our inventory and move on to the next one. Actually, so we started with 225,000 to go. So where are we at now? Actually, I should probably make the mask a little bigger. That's better. Now, some of these fragments you can't sell unless you've got 10 because they're the starting eidolons. Yo, that's that for those. And right now I'm a little low on gold in general, so I'll be selling these rather than breaking them down. Not that it makes that much G, but just having a little bit more G across my characters is nice. Right, feed some eidolon. And don't forget to put her away. Whoop. I don't remember who I'm feeding right now, so... Oh, probably Gaia. Next! I should have put on the high energy playlist. Stay awake. Okay. So, in the event that's currently running in Helonia Coast, you can get a pumpkin that you can turn into and keep your combat skills. And you might think, oh, funny pumpkin transmog fighting pumpkin, or you might post videos about it to the Discord where you beat up Tyr because I like him and you don't like me. But, in fact, when you're a pumpkin, there's no animation for your skills. So, it actually can increase the speed at which you can use skills because sometimes the skill animation is longer than the global cooldown. So what I'm thinking is I'd really like to get one of these on my wizard because you cannot transfer them across characters. It's locked to your character. It can't go in the warehouse, right? But if you can get this on wizard, I betcha you could get a lot of extra auto attacks in because wizard has the super fast auto attacks. Anyway. My wizard still has 30 minutes left on a Navia feast, so I was thinking I might try to do that today after my Navia feast ends, but in the meantime... It looks so dumb. But that's what I'm saying, is that no cast animation means that just because if your global cooldown is done, just because the animation would have normally still been in progress, it doesn't mean that you're restricted from starting another skill or jumping again. There. Yeah, you can't put them in the shared bank, which is unfortunate because the only class that is doesn't feel like suffering to do it on is the Ravager, right? Because of the bounce. But I remember somebody in the past had found a glitch where you could use a one of the Santa transmogs to do that, but I don't remember. I couldn't figure out how to do it. This is super easy. There is no glitching involved. It just literally, when you transform into the pumpkin, it doesn't replace your skill bar. And I really want to see what that's like on a wizard. But I still have to finish my I still have to finish the video for the controller. I've got the audio recorded, and I guess here's your spoiler. There's gonna be midday hand reveal, which is not even really a reveal because I've literally been live with my actual face in a video before. But yeah, I took some footage of my hands to match up with the keyboard or match up with the game input. It looks kind of cool, I think. Aside from the fact that I had to lean over awkwardly because I don't have anywhere, I don't have a stand for my phone to use as a camera. I mean, I could be using a controller right now. Yeah, so a couple people asked if I could make a video about how I use a controller with Aura Kingdom. So I've put together a guide to how I, number one, how it works in the first place, because as you probably know, you can't rebind Aura Kingdom to anything other than normal computer keys. I walked through a couple different options. I walked through just the way that my controller is set up as a layout, as a, obviously you could do whatever you wanted, but just the way that I find that it works as a baseline for you to get started. And then at the end I went through specifically how to do it in Anti-Micro, which is the program that I use, although I understand that not everybody would want to use the same program. So I thought at the end, that way anyone who's done can just leave. Oh, I'm not getting any dragon points. That means my dragon points are maxed. There. Make it even. Now, normally I would say you should never convert your regular dragon points into gold dragon points, but I don't have anything to spend regular dragon points on, and my gold dragon points I do. I got all these characters that are hitting nice high levels, and I got no weapons for them. Although I wonder if I should get the... Well, S35 is a ways away. I was gonna say maybe I should get the S35 weapon for my Ravager here too, but yeah, it'll be a while till I have to worry about that anyway. So the nice thing about this pumpkin too is that it persists as you run through. Even teleporting and stuff. And it's an hour long. That's really good for transmogs. Normally they're only 2 minutes. Gosh, and doing Bond dungeons, because we've been running the Bond dungeon in, what's it called? Titan's Root, the Titan's Root Bond dungeon. The one where you have to place bombs along the path. Normally the animation for when you're placing the bomb kind of roots you for a bit and you gotta jump to get out of it, or just wait for the the placing animation to finish before you can get out of the way. And it's so much faster when you don't have to wait for that, because this doesn't have the animation, so you can just move immediately after placing it. which means that you can get in position for the next bomb faster, which means that you can get it just is significantly smoother. I actually wonder about the firing the cannons in the first bond. So, like, actually, if anybody is interested and wants to run the first bond dungeon right now, I'd love to give it a shot, because I really want to see what it's like when you have to fire the cannons. I love the on fire animation too. It's just, I'm a pumpkin on fire. Should have made that the thumbnail. Man, that fire bounce though. See, if you need to farm the event in Halonia Coast, Ravager is absolutely the way to go. Again, downside being that if you're not a main Ravager, you can't transfer it over to your main. Interesting question there, Josie. With regards to gearing up past Awakening, what I did on my little guy was I stuck with the level 90 gear right up until S10. Now, I know you're not going to be soloing any party dungeons in the level 90 gear, but if you fortified the gear enough to actually beat the Awakening, it's still quite good. It's not bad gear. And the 1 to 10 is so much faster than every other level gap. That being said, my Ravager on my Scrub account is now 20, and I'm pretty sure I'm still in S10 gear that I'm fortifying. I think your choices are: you can use the gold S5 gear with the acknowledgement that it's not meta. Like, it's not the meta choice, it's just a very cheap choice. It'll get you through. Especially if you use like LP to pass the Awakening and your gear isn't enough to really do much besides solo dungeons. Although whether or not you're gonna actually fortify up armor to use properly at levels S1 to 10 kind of depends on whether or not you're actually gonna try to run dungeons, because a lot of people just join in carries to get past that section. Yeah, I'd say you're probably fine to stick with your level 90s, and that is generally what most people do. The biggest drawback is not having the extra pen from being able to use the S1 pen cards. And that's probably why or at least for me, that's why I went for the level S10 gears, because I needed a bit more pen on my old account. Oh. Oh no, the orange hat? This one? The super cute one? Oh no. I'm in the same boat though. I got, what did I hit? I hit the pet pack on the one that was on, like, Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday last week. And it didn't have the notification, so I skipped it. I was not locked in. I missed the pet pack. Which is sad, because that looked like a really nice item, because it had some of the, fancy pets. I don't know if it had one of those guys, but it did have a fancy one. Alright. Now, I don't know if the pumpkin transmog will hold going into Navia, because it's a different channel, but Did it? It did! The transmog held! Okay, this is the best transmog. Literally the best. Can I use my mount with it? No. That'd be too much. There is only 2 Paragon layouts this week, so don't get too beat up over not being able to get your Gamba on. I rolled like 5 times on it just to see. As you can see, did not do so great. The eggs are actually quite high rate, because I hit the eggs a lot, but it is only 1 egg, so they're not that great. Like, the rate is good, but the item itself isn't like great. Really need all those low things that I got from the Tanuki farming. I saved the max cap because I'm pretty sure that's one that you can't get with yeah, you can't get it with dragon points, so occasionally some of those items are required for Eidolon wishes, so I'm just gonna kind of keep max cap here for posterity. Or more like, just in case I need it later. Gaia. That dust did more than I was expecting. Alright, then we'll sell off tokens. And that's another character done. Oh, goodbye, pumpkin. How are we doing? Okay, so we've got less than 200,000 to go. So that's 616, meaning that we've got quick maths. 184,000 to go. Sometimes I feel like, you know, it's funny, I actually used to be in the accelerated math program. In elementary school, I did a test to skip a whole year of math in high school. Like, I was actually good at math, and I did, like, math contests and stuff, and nowadays it's like, I just literally haven't used any of my basic math for years. Actually, the funny thing about that was that the teacher that was running the accelerated math program in my elementary school didn't think that I could do it. And I think it was just the spite, but yeah, she gave me the study booklet, but she wouldn't let me join in with the rest of the study group for it. So I think it was just spite that caused me to then study it super hard. And ultimately I was the only one from my school that passed the test. So, you know, spite is such a good motivator. Gosh, I actually remember that phone call, because I took the test for it. And then it was back when we used landlines. I'm dating myself, but we had the landline, and nobody else was home, so I picked it up, because back in those days we didn't really get, like, fake phone calls. And the person on the line was like, is this... Oh, I'll use my online name. Is this Midday? And then I was like, yes. Is this the Midday who passed the test? I'm like, I don't know, you tell me. Oh, it was such a weird conversation, because it was like she was trying to be celebratory, but she resented that I was the only one that passed it. I liked math a lot, actually. Oh shoot, this is not the path that I normally go. I don't know why I did that. I don't really like this path because you have to kill Tyr. Distracted by math. mean, to be fair, even in university, I was pretty good at math. We had to take like we had to do like a calculus course, just for part of what I was going for at the time. Ultimately, I ended up just getting a degree in arts because it was hard to choose anything at all at some point, and I just had to get out of university with something to show for it. But I took this calculus course, and the textbook was $300. So I just didn't buy the textbook, did all the examples in class, and passed it with that. Textbooks are so suffering. I don't think I could do that now, though. But, like, back then I spent $40 on food a week? So, literally over a month's worth of food for a textbook. Crazy stuff. Well, I know that some textbooks are quite ridiculous in terms of price, but $300 for a math textbook does seem a little bit out there. I get the feeling we're gonna need an Eidolon for this. Oh wait, no, this is solo mode, never mind. Although, to be fair, I don't know that the professor was taking that class very seriously. I remember one time during a test, literally just left the room and everybody was like, not being supervised during a test. So. Yes, cheating ensued. I could never. But yeah, no, everyone was like, Professor just left, what? Hey, what's the answer to? Oh, that was kind of crazy now that I'm thinking back. I betcha that was, maybe it wasn't so much that I passed on my merits, but that the professor wasn't exactly failing people because he knew people were only taking a class as a part of, like, a requirement for something else in their degree. I actually wanted to go into programming, to be honest, when I was first in university. Wait, like just like a subscription to being able to access your textbook for 3 months? That's... Not that I reference any of my textbooks aside from my Japanese textbooks when I'm like, hold on a minute, how does this grammar thing work again? But $80 for access to an online textbook sounds kind of crazy. Of course, the other thing crazy about textbooks is when you buy a second-hand one and it's got, like, you only save like $20 trying to get it using a second-hand one, but when they offer to buy it back, they'll buy it back for like a third of the original price. But yeah, totally. The only textbooks that I still have and reference are my Japanese ones. Good old Genki. But I think I was starting to say that I was originally going to go into computer programming, and the first professor I had for my introduction to computer programming, it was kind of wild because he would start with like explaining the difference between an input and an output device, which is like, okay, I get it, if this course was in the 90s, maybe that would be relevant, but we spent way too much time talking about how a monitor can be both an input and an output if it's a touchscreen. It's like, okay. And then the tests were like absurdly ridiculous pseudocoding, where you basically have to write fake script using the logic of a computer to do a thing, and he would grade it extremely hard, even though he'd never explained any of the concepts we were dealing with. We were still busy talking about how a mouse is an input device when he's trying to get us to write fake code for stuff. Nail textbook from beauty school. Oh, that could have some really neat stuff in there, though. I gotta admit, my nails kind of suck, so get ready to see that in the next video. Oh boy. Oh. I waited until I didn't have any nasty hangnails on my hands. At least I think they weren't. The one that I still have wasn't visible. My fingers are in very bad shape. I think I've gotten my nails done exactly once for my brother's wedding. Otherwise, I cannot with long nails. Java textbooks from Pearson, 65 for a semester. There's some things that it feels like it would be nice to just have so that you can continue to reference it until you've got it properly memorized, but I feel like for coding that would take quite a while. Actually, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I was no, I think I totally did mention it. I was trying to use an AI to help. Don't jump on me for it, but I was trying to use an AI to help me code something because I needed. There was something that I really, really wanted to do, and I thought the easiest way to get started on it would be to start with some working code for something similar and then just read up on the different functions. But I couldn't find any really simple things that I could read for this code that I wanted to use with OBS. So I thought, okay, well, this is really basic. I should be able to get an AI to help me with this. And I called it my experiment to see whether or not it would work, and it did not. It fried my OBS. Took 4 hours of troubleshooting to get it back to normal, and ultimately the last step I took was rolling back my entire PC. But I used to be so much better. I used to feel like it was so much more intuitive, so I think my brain is going. I think I'm getting old. Heck, I even tried to make like a stage in that Millie Astra Wonderland thing in Genshin. But as I'm reading through the manual, it's like, I just want to do something simple here. As a proof of concept, I could not find in the manual how to set a condition for how to win. So I kind of just gave up. I got too many things ongoing. I can't learn another. I can't learn a game engine inside another game. Oh, but I've got projects on the go. I've got so many projects on the go. I know it kind of feels like I'm not doing anything because I'm barely making videos for my channel. Not streaming as much as I'd like to be, but the reason is that I've got this huge project on the go and I'm so excited about it. I guess I can share this. I walked over to my mom's place carrying with me a whole bunch of gear, and I set up her office as like a studio with because she had 5 monitors in there and it looked really cool. So I brought over some of my stuff and made it look even more cool, and then I took a photo and then I was running it through some filters in my Photoshop. Oh, it just looks so freaking cool, and I'm very excited for you guys to see where that's going to be used. Very excited. I don't think anyone else is going to care that much, but I'm excited. Right. Have anything that needs to go in the ship? Oh, right, the Tachis. I did not realize that I already had an S25 Tachi on this character, so I ended up exchanging for a bunch of them. But at the very least, that means that we can get some stars on it. Yeah, my issue with the AI was more that it, like, was just always wrong. Like, I asked it to do something, it didn't work, so I pasted in the code of like, the error message that I got, and it said, oh, easy fix, it's because you don't have this thing installed. So I installed that thing, and then it's like, still didn't work, and I pasted in the error message, and it's like, oh, that's because this should have been in capitals, and it's like, okay, so I changed it to capitals, and then I pasted in the error message again, and it's like, oh, that didn't work because you actually installed the wrong thing, and it's like, oh my gosh. Oh, freaking AI, man. So, I suppose it's a know thy enemy kind of thing, that I'm anti-AI, but I need to actually see what it's doing to be able to accurately express that it can't do what people are claiming it to be able to do in these circumstances. Although you could also say that it's just that I have no idea what I'm doing with it, so I did bad prompting. Sure. I gave it pretty clear directions about what I wanted to do using the OBS WebSockets, and that I wanted to do it in Python. Like I felt that I was very clear about what it was I was asking for, and it was if the objective is that somebody with zero, or somebody who hasn't touched any kind of codes in like a decade can make something functional using it, well, it was not delivering on that promise. But I don't know that that's necessarily something that is an accurate or a reasonable request of an AI. But that's what it feels like people are saying it can do. Like that any Joe Schmo can make it do what, or can get it to make a program that'll do exactly what it needs to. Except that the furthest I ever got with actually using any kind of programming was I used to do karaoke's using Lua in university. I made some pretty fancy looking karaoke's. They're gone now. Yeah, like I said, it might have been user error, but the way that people are selling. Yeah, don't worry about my character list. The way people are selling AI is that it means that anybody can do it, and clearly that was not the case. Again, probably user error to some extent. But yeah, no, I've got a lot of characters. 29. I got 29 characters. Oh boy, just gonna get a decent amount of Eidolon points. I hope so. It's a little depressing seeing people not interested in trying, like, oh, that was the wrong one again. People not interested in trying to do artistic endeavors on their own. Like, I'm a bad artist, but I still draw. I'm a bad singer, but I still sing. We don't need computers to do that for us. If we set this standard that everybody has to be perfect at things in order to share it, then there's a lot of people that'll never get started on anything. On that depressing note, where's my coffee? Yeah, nice big coffee right there. That's right, more coffee. Well, I mean, Resonant, there's no reason to actually have that many characters. I suppose if somebody was looking at my account, they'd think that I was just a ridiculous Vault of Eternity leech, but I actually don't do that. I just like it when the number of the level goes up. So having a lot of characters means I get to get more levels, right? And there's something really satisfying about hitting cap. Even though it means that basically I barely touch the character after that. My wizard is almost there. My wizard hit 39 today. So I'm hoping I can finish 40 in the next month. It seems reasonable. I'll probably aim for about, now that my feast is running out, I'll probably aim for about like 7 or 8% per day. See how that goes. Did we check? 635. And of course, having that many characters means that basically the majority of them aren't going to be properly geared out because I cannot afford gear for all of them. It'd be super nice if you had like a gear loadout, I guess. I don't know how that would work properly, but it would be nice when I've got this many characters, right? But as you can see, this little cutie is in my level 70 gear. Oh no, Mr. Blue Whale, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with bow leeches, especially since there's a lot of people that, inventory full. There's a lot of people that need some people to go in with them and activate the first floor, right? But, lately there's been a lot of, talk in the community about, like, accounts that are full of characters specifically only bow leeches, like they don't actually play on the account. They just use it to get RC every week, and then that's causing the, I guess, deflation, because there's too many copies of these rare items from the Paragon. That's been a topic of discussion lately, so it might look suspicious if you see an account that's just got, like, a whole bunch of just over Awakening characters, but, I mean, I hope it looks like I use my account properly. I've got evidence that I'm a serious player. And that is that I don't do Voe at all. But no, specifically the issue is that there's a lot of people that are concerned about accounts that are straight up just for farming Voe to get ruby coins, to roll Paragon and send stuff to the main account. Except, it seems like a lot of time. Like that's a lot of time investment. Oh, and we have another capped Dragon Points cutie. And getting every class to S1 was originally my goal too. That's what I started with, is that I wanted to be able to like play or say that I've tried every class to a certain extent. But nowadays, when you're getting to S1, you haven't actually really even experienced the class if you do it the rush way that I do. Man, you know, maybe I'm a bit salty here, but I had someone tell me that they could do start of the game to Awakening in 8 hours, and they weren't talking about using one of the boost cards. They were talking that they could do from start of the game to the finish in 8 hours, and I'm like, I don't believe you. So if anybody wants to prove me wrong, I'd love to be proved wrong there, but just in my experience, having done start of the game to Awakening in one sitting several times, I don't know how you could shave off that many hours. I don't know. I can do it in 11 and a half on my main account. I can do 11 and a half hours, start at the game to Awakening. No sweat. I can do that. I don't know how anyone could go any faster than that. I mean, obviously, if they're not goofing around, you could probably get it down to about 11 hours, because I'm sure that my goofing around and chatting with people does contribute to the stream taking a little bit longer, right? I'm sure. I accept that. But not 4 hours. No way. Not 4 hours. Actually, that reminds me, when I did the event when we had the server merge where I was handing out coffees to everybody, I was shocked by how far behind I was for having to send out all those coffees. Like, it didn't click how long we would be spending just sending out coffees. It was a lot of fun, though. Oop. Inventory full again. Oh, this cutie needs some backpack space. This is not acceptable. You still have it! It's gone bad! Oh, don't drink that anymore! That has gone bad! You know, it's funny, they added that AI, the AI review to like, live streams. And I was goofing around a bit, just seeing what it thought was most important from those 12-hour live streams to be part of the summary. So I asked the AI on that video, why did the streamer start crying? And it just, like, short-circuited it. It's like, nope, she didn't start crying. There was no crying involved in this live stream. And I'm like, oh, cool. At least the AI doesn't know that about me. Oh boy, that was actually a ton of fun. Even if I did get blocked by a bunch of people for causing people to yell "coffee me" in the world chat. Oh shoot, I'm not gonna be able to... That worked. Okay. I would have preferred to sell them to an NPC, but when inventory space is getting like this, it's hard. And I'm throwing out those purple crystals, but if you're not familiar with them, I don't really need them because you can only exchange them for like the basic Eidolon tokens. So if there's a specific one you're just not getting for one of the older Eidolons, you can get it there, but it doesn't have any good Eidolons, so not important. No need to take up space in the inventory. Oop. Oh, yeah, that's just because I have the next main quest to do. Again, I got so many characters that have just hit a level where they need the next main quest, so I really should be locking in getting that done while I've got the trends active, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to keep this hair up here. I got lucky once. Oh, just barely enough. I'll sell off the tools. She really does need some more inventory here. But my LP is kind of low. Yeah. I'll buy 2. It'll be a slight improvement next time, or should I say next month. I kind of want to just feed all my Awakening experience books to my wizard, since I've got so much work to do there. Or since I want to get her up to awakening to cap as soon as possible. I'll throw that in. That looks good. Whoa, how does she have so many reshuffling packs? Oh, I probably took them out of here. Make more space. That seems fine. And I save all those regular monster experience books because I'll show you guys on my character select here. I actually still have characters that are not awakened because, like I said, I got 29 characters. So all these guys, all these level 70 ones here, these are all straight experience books. Straight experience books to get to level 70. So these cuties are all at what do you call it? Third map, Crescent Hill. Except this guy. I think this guy's at Triatio because I was doing him first, so he's a little bit further along. And I still have to get these two up. I'll do it eventually. Anyway, that was Urihime, so we're on to mid. Oh, I got an ice nunchuck, actually. I got a S35 ice nunchuck while grinding on my wizard. And I'm like, do I save it for my little guy, or do I try and sell it? I don't know that there's that many nunchucks at S35 for level. Because it feels like you don't see a ton of nunchucks around. Does he have gear on? No. Song is kind of quiet. Hold on, let me turn up the volume there. We have slightly over 150,000 left to go. Oh. And that's the last of my actual coffee. I do have a teapot though. Okay, so like my old cast iron teapot that I've had for, oh gosh, I think I got it like around, must have been like 2014 or so? I don't know when it happened, but this year when I was pulling it out, like, yeah, it's tea season, let's go, the enamel was just gone on the inside. So I made my first pot of tea, and like the black from the cast iron leached into the tea, and I'm like, I don't think that's safe to use anymore. So I texted my mom and I'm like, hey mom, so if you're looking for a Christmas present, I think I need a new cast iron teapot. And she's just like, oh, you can have mine, I don't use it. It's like, what the heck? So then I'm telling my friend about it, and she's like, oh yeah, I don't use mine, you can have mine too. And I'm like, wait, what? Nobody likes their cast iron teapots? I literally used one so much that I wore right through the entire thing. I betcha if I used it anymore, it would literally just like crumble into pieces. And I'm a coffee person, I'm not even that much of a tea person. Although I'm sure I did something wrong with the way that I was taking care of it if I wore through the enamel on it. I don't know if it's enamel so much, but the inside, the one that my mom got, she got at the same time as me, and the inside is like really smooth, whereas on mine, I don't know what happened over this summer, but like the inside is all pitted and soft, I guess I should say. So yeah, probably not safe to use anymore. haven't decided what I'm gonna do with it though, because it's so pretty. I don't want to just get rid of it. I don't know, probably I'll use it as a weight for something. Nobody plays nunchucks, so nobody else gets to see these beautiful animations. It cracks me up every time, I'm sorry. I can't help it. Now, the only issue with my mother's old teapot is that it's more of a flat shape. So I think that the candle heater that I use doesn't get as much... Like, because so much of the tea isn't directly above the heater, it doesn't stay as hot. Still hot, just not as hot. Oh, inventory full here, too. No, it's not bad. I'm pretty sure I started with less than 400,000 LP, so it's fair enough if I buy backpacks for my cuties as I go through and run out of backpack space, as long as I don't go below 400,000. Then I'm at least still in the positive. The only other thing I'm doing with LP right now is weekly RC and experience items. Oh, this might be a bad idea. No, he's okay. I just get worried on Tanith because if your DPS is a little on the lower side, you'll get too many stacks and then your reflect will get ya. And when you're not using any armor, it's easy to get stacks. So if you're thinking my DPS is a little on the low side, please keep that in mind here. I'm kind of using a whatever emblem too. What's this doing here anyway? You know, I think that is probably from when we used to have multiple holy chests. Like, you had to have a holy chest per character. I think that's probably what that's from. I think I still have some in the extra bank slot of my bank. And that's actually the hardest one. I don't know why they decided to make it so that the middle one would be the hardest. Yeah, let's get him another backpack. Things that you wish you could do in Aura Kingdom Impact. Oh yeah. I could fuse them too. These 16 slots don't fuse with anything, but I could fuse these ones. Well, this guy's almost gonna hit cap on these as well. I may as well just do it now then, eh? Alright, that's fine. Not much longer. The halfway mark is basically just past the 10 coupons. So, given that I'm already way past halfway on my characters, we're clearly gonna need to do some actual dungeoning, which is fine. And I guess technically, even if we don't completely finish today, as long as we get the bulk of it knocked out, I'll be okay tomorrow, even with the 10-hour shift at work. That should be fine. But I do have half an hour left on my, like I said, I got half an hour left on my Navia Feast on my wizard, and it would be lovely to just crush dungeons for the last little bit of it. Run some S30s. It's just so silly how some items just have ridiculously over... You know, I wonder if it's because, like, those items are a smaller item that they just scaled up to use there, so when anything is applied to them, it's also scaled up or something. Like, if the original size of those chests is the same as the ones in here, so just when you use a skill on them, the skill is also scaled up the same amount as the chest. Because it's so silly, but I love it. That all the effects on those chests are, like, exaggerated. Right, then off to Navia to clear out the inventory a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy can get a wish coin as well. You didn't notice? There's a couple things that do it, actually. Was watermelons one of them? Is that one of the reasons why everybody loves the perfect watermelon? I know the fireworks launcher transmog does it. Hold on, let me hit the bank. I should go sell my stuff first, but bank. Do I have one? It's special, right? We have fireworks and perfect watermelon. Okay. Alright, so here's the animation for... Oh no, I don't have battle on this count. I don't know if I can do it on this... I don't know if I can do it on this character, but we'll give it a shot and just see. No, it doesn't show the animation for this one, but you can see that it made my, Oh, it sure did make my anima very large. I guess we can tell. Oh yeah, it'll be the same thing for for the pumpkin then because it made the anima big, so I assume that it's the same thing, is that when the actual object itself is smaller, so they've scaled it up, and then every effect on it is also scaled up. I got mine in Paragon. So, they might have been in events in the past, but I got mine in Paragon. I got a lot of these crystallized wills too, and a lot of pet evolution energy. I should make some pets out of these. Webster, I forgot I have this one. This is the fun one. You can freeze people. It doesn't actually do anything. But, sometimes it's fun to goof around. Yeah, I should do something with those guys. And they should make it so I can put Iwa Nagahime in my archive. But anyway. Now that I think about it, someone said that they, oh no, that's just new ones. Someone complained about this costume not having the fusion formula. And they added it in. So I complained about one of the ones that I've got 4 green of because I didn't realize it didn't have a fusion. I should probably keep an eye out for it. Yeah, the Demon King Fantasy ones are quite suffering to get your hands on, and the mounts too. That's why they're the real flex items, is the stuff that you can't get just by being a Paragon person. Well, not quite enough. Oh, no, hold on, we don't want to sell that. Maybe we'll get rid of those though. I don't really need these 10th and 11th anniversary ones either, so let's kind of eat them. It technically counts towards your Dragon Point accumulation. Not like it's that much, but it's not nothing. And then we'll put that in here. Because I'm gonna feed those too. Oh, I should probably just get those out of there too. Yeah, I'll do it later. Next! Now that I think about it, I think I got my Demon King transmog during that event for, oh gosh, what was it? It was an event in Port Scandia with fireworks. I don't remember what event it was, though. So I guess I lied. I'm not flexing. I'm just borrowing the coolness of people that could put the effort in and had 50 gold a day to waste on it, on the chance to get the item. I mean, 50 gold isn't that much, but it's not nothing. Why am I still using S15 when I've got the S25? Oh, I guess technically it needs a lot more fortification before it's got more damage, but... yeah, I guess I'll still wait. This track sounded really quiet, so I turned it up, but now I think I put it too loud, sorry. I'm not using the normal program that I use for music. I was complaining about it off the top, but for some reason, it's like... and I've never had an issue with it. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I've never had an issue. My iTunes was freaking out the last couple days. One day I opened it up and some of the settings were changed, so I figured it was some kind of update. But whatever that update did, it's causing the audio to like jump and skip like it's on a CD player in a road trip on the 90s, or a CD player on a road trip in the 90s before everything all had the anti-skip feature. I thought it might have been my headphones finally giving up, but I was Googling it, and it seems like some people are talking about the cache being an issue. Like that it's like not caching stuff properly, so you should just turn off the cache, but I could literally not even find an option for that. So, I'll worry about it later. Did I feed my Eidolons on the last character? I don't think I did. Ah, it's not that big a deal. I'll get it later tonight when I'm running Bond dungeons. And getting that coupon there means we're basically at halfway done. Been live for an hour and a half and we're halfway done, but unfortunately it's the next half that's going to be worse. Because I don't have my easy farm. Unless I run on more low-level characters. Oop. Oh yeah, this issue with these classes that have these backstrike skills is that sometimes I lose track of which direction I'm supposed to be going. Right? I use that and then I'm like, okay, now I go forward, but it's the wrong direction. That being said, it is a free backstrike. You can see the little backstrike orange text that pops up there. It's actually a damage bonus. Truly, backpack space is the bane of my existence, but I should also just clean up my backpacks on all these characters before I start running. I even thought about doing it and just didn't. What do you mean, literally, Shulk? Actually, if you were to name a character Shulk, it would have to be a greatsword, right? It would have to be. Not a dual sword. Oh, that name's gotta be long since taken though. Right? Xenoblade Chronicles is at least popular enough for that to not be available. Yeah, for me the easiest way when I'm not sure if I've been turned around is just open up the map real quick and look for the portal. No, it doesn't. Every class can do backstrike, but I was just thinking that if you want it to be like lore accurate Shulk, you've got to have a single sword. You can't use two, right? But I suppose you could use the oh gosh, it's been so long since I've used a holy sword seriously. It's got that gap closer that leaps into the sky, right? So you could use that, then quickly step around to the back of the mob and hit him with the smite, right? Huh. I'm kind of surprised that worked. I figured with 10 stacks it would outdo my my healing. Divine Sunderance, I want to say, is the gap closer, and then Smite is the big slash that knocks everything down. Big swing. Well, Smite's an EDC enough one to remember. It's the other one. That's why I was thinking it's Divine. I think it's Divine Sunderance, but I guess we can just log into my my Holy Sword next. He's not well built. He doesn't have much going for him right now, but he exists and he's level S15. So he can do a run. Back in the day, everybody said playing a holy great sword was too zeal reliant. But like really, there's not very many like Duelist is one of the few classes that is kind of unequivocally, if you're gonna play an element, you want to play light. But quite frankly, if you really want to play a high-end Duelist, you gotta go for physical nowadays. But I still stand by physical being too expensive to build. For me. I still don't have a good physical Eidolon. By which I mean... Where is she? Oh, she's probably on a character right now. Oh no. By which I mean she's only 1 star. I've got to work on my Queen of Hearts here. Oh, she's fire. Was it Queen of Hearts? No, it's New Year's something else. Gosh, I'm so tired. I forget which Eidolon was the... I mean, she's good for physical because she's got the bonus damage thing, right? But, like, I'd need to re-roll some stars on some Eidolons. I'd need to actually put a lot of effort in for that, and it just doesn't seem worth it, considering I'm just coasting along comfortably. And if you are curious as to why I'm always going dark side here, number one, because when I've got this many fragments in my inventory, it'll save more space if I always do the same paths. But you also get an extra dragon point bonus if you beat Alucard in his first form before he transforms. And we're almost at cap here for regular dragon points as well. Oh. Man, this inventory though. Yeah, we're gonna get another backpack here too. Today's the day that all my alts get an extra backpack. Congratulations, all my little alts. I've actually bought like a solid 30 extra slots for my wizard as well because I was running so many dungeons. It's the fact, like, not to go back to Aura Kingdom Impact or anything, but it's the fact that the same amount of inventory space, 20 slots, costs 2,000 LP here, where it costs 40,000 there. Like, I know you have to use 4 of your backpack slots here, right? Like, it would cost 4 backpack slots, and you would eventually have to fuse them together. But being able to just get those slots now and worry about fusing them later, big difference. I was thinking I might want to throw a charm on it, because you can get a decent amount of fragments from these guys in this solo mode, but it's probably not necessary. Save my charms for getting LP. There we are. And yeah, I think we will do Holy Sword next. Why not? He's not really built, but the only characters I've got left now are my cap level ones. And the really pathetic warbow. What am I doing for dragon coins too? Probably got a lot now again. Oh, not too bad, that's right. I did roll Dragon Paragon when we got all of those Link sprites so I could get a bunch of fluorescent beads. I think I did a solid 800 rolls on this table. Got my hands on a pretty good amount of advanced mastery experience books too. I don't really want those. I should do something about all these too. Do I have like a gear slot I can stick it in? No, because obviously if I did I would have already done it, but I don't really need this gear set in either. There. I don't think you can dismantle that, but... you can't sell it either. Try dismantling? No. Burst of speed, why did I have that? You know, back in my day, you would have to, you would pick up a set of, accessories that had +3 to your class buff on it so that you could get more class buffs. Or more, stats from your class buff. Way back in my day. It's still my day. Where'd she go? Where'd Gaia go? There we are. That's pretty good. I'll throw my awakening experience books into my warehouse for my wizard. And then we're on to the Holy Sword. The fact that I've got both the 10th anniversary and the 11th anniversary coins in my inventory should tell you how often I clean my inventory. Alright, awakening experience. I'll throw that in there too, why not? We're gonna run out of space in my bank pretty quick, but at the very least, we're almost done with Gaia runs. There he is. You're looking pretty good. Honestly, if you go through the videos I made of like the compilations of the class skills, I kind of think that the one for Holy Sword is my favorite. It's because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Eidolon. He probably needs one because his gear is not level 70. Not great. Not great here, pal. Let's see what I got for Holy. Oh, she's cute. We'll use her. Ciao, ciao. Okay, but no, really, she looks absolutely gorgeous. I love the design on Xiao Xiao. The little heart-shaped okay, the scroll in the background, all the little frilly details on the outfit. It's gorgeous. I love it. Now don't judge me because, as you can probably imagine, based on the fact that my other characters are all leveling up and this one is not, I rarely play this class. So it's not gonna be pretty. But I think we can do it. Oh, he doesn't have a nocturnal. In that case, we should probably also have a healer. I mean, this is solo mode, so this is gonna be fine. Oh geez, now my shuriken skills are all over the place too. Like, what the heck was I doing? Hey, look at that. We're only now just at the halfway mark. 675 of 800,000. He's actually got a pretty good amount of golden dragon points, considering I rarely use this guy. Now again, I'm not worried about this mode because this is actually easier than the next one. In party mode, anyway. I mean, Sniper's not a bad set. It's got some pretty good stats on it and it's got speed, but oh, he's got 90 bottom. He's just kind of a mess. Yeah, I don't think that burn is enough to knock out the chest with the shield up. Not in the slightest. Really satisfying skill to use when you're actually in combat. And his inventory is gonna need some work too. I don't think I'm gonna buy him any backpacks though. I think he'll be fine without. I should probably stick these up here. Well, that's probably from when we used to have those on the Dragon Paragon. Way back in the day, before our current Dragon Paragon, we used to have one that had all the harming potions on it. It's been a long time, eh? And I feel like they should probably update the Dragon Paragon, but there's just... I kind of like having the lucky packs on the top row here. And for some reason the die packs are tradable. Oop, I'd probably lock in a bit for this. Yeah. Sorry, Xiao Xiao, we're just gonna take a moment here with some healing. There we are. Exactly as I thought it would go. Flip back to Xiao. What? Miss? Oh, if it misses... Oh no, I am missing a lot. Hold on a second here. 27% accuracy. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't have anything for accuracy here. Oh dear. Alright. Yo, that fire burning isn't doing much to me. I keep forgetting I don't have any healing here. Only a 3-time bounce, huh? One of the masteries increases that, though, I thought. It becomes a long-range skill with a 12% increase in damage. Oh, it's cut off. But I'm pretty sure it increases the chain. Honestly, might be worth sticking this guy with the all those mastery books that I got from the Dragon Paragon. There's a couple classes that just feel very uncomfortable prior to getting to level 60 weapon mastery for me. And I wonder if I would feel better about this guy if he had the level 60. Like, for example, Bard. I actually had no idea that you were able to double stack both of the what do you call them, the tunes, the little buffy things, the ones where one side increases your damage and one side increases your heals. I didn't know that once you got it to level 60 master you could stack both. So I ended up using a bunch of those on my Bard to be able to get her up, but it's just I've got so many characters on the go I haven't had a chance to really level up my Bard main. I'm pretty sure she's like S2. Keep trying to use Ballad. Well, that wasn't nearly as bad as I was expecting. Maybe I should keep going down my low-level characters then. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I started with my, my scythe last time. Now, I've had my music on shuffle, but geez, it keeps playing these, oh, this one's a little louder. I was gonna say, it keeps playing the Sumeru quiet tracks, which are beautiful, but, quiet. Did they ever release this mode in or Impact? I know they're up to level 90 now. Mm. Actually, considering that my, I didn't use my scythe at all since last month, I wonder if she's still got a, an Azurian crystal on. Oh no, I did use her a couple times. I think I tried to do, some dimensional halls with her. I'd really love to start getting those characters up and running properly, but, you know, it's just a lot of characters. Well, that didn't show very well with the against the chests. One more down. I get the feeling none of these lower level ones will have ever had enough fragments to get anywhere near an Eidolon coin, so it would probably be more efficient to just drop their fragments into the shared, but I just do not have space for that. I'd like to say like an Eidolon bank would be nice. Oh, he's almost leveled up too. I should start doing dimensional halls on him. Yeah, we can sell all these. We don't need those. Oh, we don't really need these. I wonder why I even have them. And then feed our Eidolon. Gaia, here you are. Oh, Eidolons. Yes, we'll put them back in the warehouse. That way, as I'm working on my lower level characters, we'll be able to use them in a pinch. Okay. Oh no, I must have, oh, I probably ran over to the warehouse, that's all. Does she have an Azurian on still? She does. Alright. Now we can save it till the end. I don't think she'll need help. Hello, Eska. I have... My rough estimate was a full 1 hour run back when S15 was the cap. Maybe it was S20. I did it with a friend where we ran for exactly an hour. We got about 100 gold for an hour. Including selling stuff to the bank. So because it was a slightly lower cap, I feel like you'd do a bit better now if you were selling S30 gear. And if your primary concern is that you really need to have the most gold possible, make sure that you are opening up your weapon boxes when you sell them, because especially the weapon boxes, the base price unopened is generally lower than most of the results. I think there might be 1 or 2 weapons that sell cheaper, but the majority of them sell for more. And I mean, if you want to run dungeons right now, we do have the gold drop bonus on, so you could probably do better than 100 gold per hour of run. But you do have to actually be in fighting. You can't be being carried, because if you're getting carried, you don't get the gold drops, you only get experience. That also means if you're in a party with a lot of strong players that are going to one-shot mobs as you run by, you're not going to get gold from them either. Oh shoot, why did I not even summon my devils? You can tell how much I played this class. Oh gosh. Well, it's quite expensive to purchase your S30 gear, but at the very least, the crafting is currently on half price. Oh, and I was distracted, so that's the present spawn. So if you want to craft S30 gear, now's the time. Oh, I guess for S30 gear, it's not too bad, because you can just buy... The recipes are pretty cheap off the auction house right now. As far as I remember, they were below 100 G a piece for the... what is it? It's blue something. Blue Oath. The Blue Oath set. The last time I checked, the recipes were very cheap in the auction house because most of the endgame players already have it. So it doesn't sell for... The recipes themselves aren't super expensive. And then it's half off crafting right now, so you can make your gear a little bit cheaper than normal. For weapons, though... Oh, starting to get poor, sorry. I'd say I can't really help with that, because really all I'm doing right now is grinding out dungeons and goofing around in bond dungeons. I got... Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but on top of that, the S35 weapons, if you're at endgame, I've been able to sell them, even really bad ones, for about 200 G a piece quite quickly. I bet you they could go for more if you were able to get a proper element. but or if you had a bit more patience, but people use them for their Awakening Holy chests, and you can still get a little bit out of them. The Bond trophies used to sell for quite a pretty penny, but right now it seems like you can't sell them unless you've got both. At least that's been my experience, is that I kind of struggle to sell them unless somebody else is selling the other part. Otherwise, link your Eidolons that link Eidolons that aren't currently in Paragon, and you can sell those fragments to other players too. So, for example, Eidolons that haven't been in Paragon for a while but are really good, like Eris. I betcha Eris fragments would be relatively valuable right now. But yeah, getting lucky in Paragon is kind of the way to actually start making a break, eh? I keep getting distracted every time I see an Eidolon for like when there's an Eidolon on Paragon and the price absolutely crashes. I keep getting my savings go up in smoke every time I see one that I need. That's how I ended up with the Prometheus. I should really focus on getting the ones that I already have to 4-star though. Gosh, but there was a... Oh, who was it? It was Dorothy. There was a Dorothy. 10 fragments in the auction house for 2,500 total. Like, how do you walk away from 2,500 total for a full key, right? Like that, I couldn't possibly. Like, it's a great price. But yeah, as soon as they go in Paragon, the price kind of crashes. So if you want to try to make gold off of Eidolons, you gotta watch for the ones... Oh no, it's absurdly cheap! So if you want to make profit off of the Eidolon fragments, you gotta try and link the ones that aren't in Paragon or haven't been for a while. So, like I was saying, I think something like Poseidon was there the other day, so she's not very expensive. But something like... Oh, what's a good Eidolon that's a little bit on the harder side to get? Kind of like these older and not so accessible ones. Like, I betcha if you had some Festival Succubus fragments, they might sell for a pretty okay amount, because she's a good Dark Eidolon, but she hasn't been on Paragon for a while. I was thinking Eris as well might be a good one. Sorry, my brain is all stuck on Dark Eidolons because most of my classes are dark, or my favorite classes are mostly dark. Actually, that's not true anymore, because I've kind of fallen out of love with the Warbow. Don't tell anyone. They were really generous with the Link sprites during the last couple patches. Thank you, as long as you promise to keep it a secret. Are they selling them right now? No, they're not. Gosh. Oh, hey, Lousy. Thanks for stopping by. Honestly, rather than going up to my guns, which is technically next, I should probably keep going down on these less built characters. Oh, Lousy, I'm sorry. You're right. That is completely unacceptable. Just a moment. I think last time I was adding one every time I finished a character, but I forgot to do that this time. There. I'm sorry, the music's been so quiet for so long, I think it got a little bit loud there. I'm not very good at this, balancing the audio thing. Because I have to have everything turned down so low on my computer to not hurt my ears. I don't know why. I have to, like... I've always had to have my computer set close to 1 to 2%. Which is weird, because I shouldn't have to be able to not hurt my ears when I'm using headphones. But my new microphone is actually an XLR, which means that now I'm running it through a USB interface, and the USB interface has its own audio control. So now I don't have to listen to the audio the same level as the stream anymore, which is nice. Do you think Floating Cannon will come out global? I don't know. I think it depends on a couple factors. Number one, how long Aura Kingdom Impact lasts. It seems to me that the way that they're developing these extra versions, or the new versions of their games, they must not be super expensive, because they are still running the old versions and the new versions simultaneously, which seems like... It seems like they're making enough money off of both of them to keep them going for the other games that they've done this way, right? Like Grand Fantasia also got the re-release treatment, right? Or was it a different one? No, Astral Tale was the one that got the re-release, and that didn't exist in English anymore, so maybe it's a different story there. But basically, I think whether or not they're going to release the stuff from Impact over here, it really just depends on how the Impact server is doing, because if the Impact server is not doing so hot, then I don't think they'd want to waste the effort. But it does have some weird mechanics that I don't know how they would vibe with this meta. Oh, Arethel, hello. This is... Scythe. Okay, so one of the mechanics, sorry, not to like completely get distracted here. One of the mechanics they added for the Floating Cannon is its ability to change the elemental type of target. If we had that, with the way that elemental damage works on our server, which is that it's quite a bit stronger on our server, can you imagine, like, you just have a floating cannon in Sky Tower, changes every boss to be fire element, and voila, everybody uses a fire holy chest, and that is all you need, and we nuke absolutely everything constantly. Okay, so not only have I barely used Scythe, but I've also given it one of the sickest costumes in the entire game. Like, I don't know about you, but I just love the combo of this particularly rare Scythe with this outfit. But yeah, so if they wanted to release the floating cannon on our server, I think they would need to completely change the way that it works. Not only because like just everything on Impact is nerfed, so they'd probably have to actually buff it quite a bit, but they'd probably have to get rid of that element change thing, because it would be crazy. I think it would be completely insane to be able to control the element of your target. Unfortunately, Arethel, I'm not super good at doing class guides. I don't know how to set up, like I don't know how to get a rotation. Like a proper rotation for a class going. I don't know how to like calculate the optimal applications of debuffs and whatnot to be able to make the most of it. And fortunately for me, I don't need to because of the amount of archive that I've got. So unfortunately, I don't think that I would be able to do a proper guide on how the class works aside from like the bare bones of how the mechanic works, which is of course being able to summon your Eidolon, or not Eidolon, summon your pets, and how to swap them and whatnot. Like mathematically, how do you calculate those kind of things? Who cares about calculation? You know, it's funny since I was talking about how I used to be really, really, really good at math, but like in my head, I've watched like Genshin Theory Crafters, and they have these spreadsheets where they're like, well, if you're using this weapon and this rotation, here's exactly the calculations of how much damage you're gonna do. And I'm looking at it thinking, how do they even do that? Like, where do you get the base for it to be able to calculate based on in this rotation it'll do exactly this much damage? I just don't think I don't have the technical chops to pull that off. But it looks cool as hell. That's what's important for me. I need to look cool and feel flashy. I didn't pull out an Eidolon, did I? No, I didn't. She didn't need one. Honestly, one of the really meta classes is Sorcerer, and you'll see that I barely touched my Sorcerer. I don't know if she can do it. Do I do Bard next? But yeah, the reason why I don't like Sorcerer is not because they're not flashy, but I didn't like the sound effects, actually. You've probably noticed that I've got sound effects off, but just... back in the day I did not. Anyway. We're here to suffer, so we'll give Katara a shot. Well, as long as you're what, Lousy likes this track or dislikes it? What song is this? This is No Trespassing. No, this is just my regular playlist, actually. And hello, Blinko. No Trespassing. I think that plays in an area of the prison in Yeah, you did tell me. You did tell me to do that. You know, I was planning on streaming tomorrow, so perhaps I should put together an actual all-creepy playlist. Don't miss it, Lousy. Thank you, Lousy. I will add another coffee. Just for you. Yeah, you better put it in the back. There we are. And she's gonna drink it too because she can use all the help. No, it's not annoying to ask newbie questions. I am absolutely happy to try and introduce people to the game that I love. Which version of Aura Kingdom is worth starting right now? So, if I'm being honest, could have done the hot dog one. I have a couple big issues with the way that Aura Kingdom Impact is working. And that's specifically that the resources that you get don't cover gear. Like, they don't cover the gear that you need. So you have to grind. I feel like you have to grind quite a lot to keep up. So if you're not super concerned with keeping up with the end game, which again is moving really fast in Aura Kingdom Impact, you might find the quality of life adjustments that they made to Impact a lot of fun. But I personally have become extremely frustrated with how much it takes to keep up, because it might not sound convincing coming from someone who is very happily grinding dungeons alone in this game the last week on my wizard. But just the way that the grind works there it feels really wrong to me. Like, I did make a video about why I was quitting Aura Kingdom Impact, so you might want to give that a watch to better see what I'm trying to express here and not doing a very good job of. But if you were to start this version, you're going to level up really, really quickly. And you're also not going to need to invest anything in your gear properly until level 90 or so. But past that, it's your own pace, because the end game isn't moving fast. You don't feel like you're going to be like not able to keep up because the end game isn't going anywhere. It's there and it's waiting for you when you're ready. Whereas with Impact, it feels like everybody else that's got time to grind is way ahead. And you're seeing them making progress that you can't do because you can't afford it. But there is still more people at the early game there, whereas in this game it would probably be you and your girlfriend alone until you get past Awakening, because it takes so little time to move up to Awakening. If you look on my channel, I've got live streams where I literally do level 0 to 100 in 11.5 hours straight, like just going straight. And in that time, you don't really need to invest a whole ton. I know on a new account you would still need to invest a decent amount. How many weeks did it take me on my Ravager? I played for about 5 hours a week on a brand new fresh account on a class that nobody would consider to be meta best. And I think it took me a little over a month to get to Awakening that way. And I was able to beat it on my own using the resources that they gave you as you play. Man, I really thought that I could put out a video about the reason why I was quitting Aura Kingdom Impact and then just have that act as a guide for which version. Impact definitely has more players, especially if you play on the server that's named in Chinese characters. So, if you're gonna start Impact, go for the server that has the Chinese characters as the name. I believe it's something like it's like the cat server is what I usually call it. I don't remember the exact translation, but I'm pretty sure it was named after Lan Lan Cat. But definitely go for that one. If you see this little A button that's next to all these chat logs, that's actually the automatic translation button. So even if you're on the server that's primarily with the Taiwan community, you will still be able to communicate with them because you'll all be able to use the automatic translation to talk with each other. But that's definitely the most populous one. I've heard that the Alucard server is not doing so hot. That's the one that I left. So I don't recommend playing on that one. But if your primary concern is the one you want to play where there's the most players, you want to go for that. The Asia server, yeah. In terms of ping, I'm pretty sure the servers are just set at different times. I don't think they have actual physical servers in Asia and North America. But yeah, personally, the pace of Aura Kingdom Impact was way, way, way too fast for the fact that they're limiting the grind. Oh no, you play on English! I'm so sorry! The rate for, what do you call it? The points to, I knew I was gonna die there, but the rate for how much things cost gold to the X-Legend points on the English server is absolutely cracked. I would never be able to afford another backpack there. Yeah, never. It's true, it's got nice quality of life, but at what cost? Oh dang, what a coincidence! You know, it is funny how many people actually played Aura Kingdom back in the days. Their 19 million number might not actually be wrong. But, gosh, recently... Okay, I know some people are aware of this, but I did show up... Wait, Plinko. I did show up in a video on a large YouTube channel here in Canada, Linus Tech Tips, and I mentioned Aura Kingdom. And it is shocking how many of the comments were like, holy crap, Aura Kingdom mentioned, I haven't thought about that in years. And it's like, yeah, because there's a lot of people that tried it back in the day. It actually was relatively big for an anime MMO, right? I was actually checking it out again recently because I just kind of was curious as to how the videos ended up doing ultimately, because I know they performed quite poorly for their channel. But yeah, I was just reading over the comments and it's like still tons of people saying that Aura Kingdom just like was a nostalgic game for them. This Frantic Lotus isn't doing much damage. I mean, is there really that much competition for anime MMOs? MMOs are kind of hard to... I mean, I guess... No, there was actually still some back then, right? I actually moved from Grand Fantasia to Aura Kingdom. Sorry, just appreciating this costume for a moment. I like it quite a bit. Ragnarok might be bigger though, right? Like Ragnarok was out first. Wait, was it 18 million? I might just be remembering wrong. It is once a day. I'm doing different modes on my different characters because I'm trying to farm dragon points because I get 2,000 gambling tokens if I hit this next bar and it resets tomorrow night. We're at we're at 714,000. So I am doing pretty good. 714. That means 85k left to go. Considering we started with 225, right? We had started with 225,000? Stand by. As soon as I finish these next two modes, I'll show you all my characters. I got a lot of cuties. I got a lot of cuties, and the most important thing is to make them look cute, yes. You know, maybe the reason why I'm like particularly drawn back to this version is that at the point I'm at in this game, it feels more casual. Whereas Aura Kingdom Impact felt extremely grindy because of how much you just had to do on a daily basis to keep up. Whereas here, keeping up is not a concern. For me, anyway. Oop. Dropping. Now, how am I gonna beat this guy before he despawns on this character? Nope, didn't do it. That's probably the first time I did not manage to beat his first mode. Well, if you're not trying to keep up, like I said, Impact has a whole bunch of quality of life. Like, for example, in this game, you have to run to the dungeon to be able to enter it. In Aura Kingdom Impact, they have this neat interface where you can basically just pick what dungeon you want to do and hit the button and you're inside. And when you're running with a friend, it actually is super comfortable because you don't, like, you just join up in your party and you teleport in and you're ready to rock and roll. like, if you're not super worried about keeping up with the end game, it might be more fun. But this version, because they've adjusted the experience curve, a more casual player will be able to get farther in less time, and it'll give you a whole bunch of like new player resources that the other game doesn't have. So, like I said, it's a bit of a balance. I don't really want to rag on it too much, but I don't want to rag on it too much, but just because I was trying to keep up with like the content that was available, I was not having fun. So, like I said, I also have a series of videos I did on all the adjustments they were going to make, so that might actually help. I know it was pre-release, but that might help just to learn more about the specific differences between the games. Because at this point, I don't think there is much of an extent, like I don't think there's an extensive all-in-one-place list. But yeah, I feel like casual play would get you further in the OG version. They limited the dungeons. Global. This version definitely, like, if I'm running around Navia here, look, we're not dead. We have people. I'm lagging, and there's people around, right? It's not like there's nobody here. But a lot of these, because the classes are stronger on this version, you don't need as much stuff to be able to get by. Like the debuffs on like all the debuffs that all of the classes have are nerfed. And the other thing, of course, is that the if you wanted to play yeah, the community it's got some let's just say it's got some eggs on the I'm not gonna say good eggs or bad eggs, but it's certainly got some eggs in the Discord. There's lovely people there too, though. The community was extremely kind and friendly to me as I was in there. Nowadays, I just poke my head in anytime anybody says something about tier. Yeah. Oh gosh, what did they do to my poor boy? My poor boy. They hurt him. When they first released Tyr, people were joking that somehow I had convinced them to make him really, really strong. No relation. I definitely didn't do anything. Like, I definitely didn't talk with the development staff at all. I wonder whether or not they were you know, I wonder about this a lot. Like, I wonder if the staff from Aura Kingdom are aware of me. Like, I am the biggest Aura Kingdom streamer. After all. It does, but it's buggy and it doesn't always work, and knowing the number doesn't help if you never get it. So, for example, one of the ways that you can get LP in Aura Kingdom Impact is every time you run a party dungeon, you get a box. Every time you run a party dungeon, you get a box that has an LP in it. And it tells you the rate of, like what the probability of getting any of the different LP results are, from 150 LP to 1,000. But, for example, there was a particularly rare drop. There was a particularly rare drop from the, what do you call it, dungeons? The dragons. There was a particularly rare drop from the dragons. I never saw anybody get it, and you couldn't see the drop rate from enemies. You could only see the rates inside boxes or on Paragon, so it's like... And some people were even saying that it wasn't working properly for all boxes. And don't you even worry about asking questions. Part of the reason why I even started doing this was because I wanted to drag people in, so I am absolutely here to answer questions. If I had any concerns, it's that I'm not as much of an expert as I wish I was. Anyway, check out this cute bard. Why does she not have sun? Oh, she doesn't have glasses because she's using the cross. This is probably one of my only characters without glasses. Plinko, if the question is why I didn't take your advice and start running my daily Gaias before, I'm sorry. Oh, she's got a Zerion on too, eh? Must have run her last time. Okay, Plinko, ask away. I'm gonna regret saying that, but... The one where you stop sending them to me forever. Listen guys, Plinko has this thing where he finds the most cursed videos and just sends them to me on Discord. Like, I don't watch a single one of them, and yet he keeps sending them. Oh, come on. It's this channel called Ordinary Sausage, and it's like somebody with too much creativity and not enough restraint got a sausage maker and just started shoving weird things inside sausages. It's wrong, and it shouldn't be allowed. See, the thing about baking soda is that if it's not sweet, I could see it being like good with something. Right? Like, I could see it. Don't come at me here, but if it's not sweet, I could see it being good with something. But if it is sweet, it's a debacle. It's heresy. It's something that shouldn't be allowed to exist on this plane. I should probably use an Eidolon here. Considering, oh no, she's in level 90 gear. I was gonna say I thought this girl might still be in her level 75 gold healing gear. But no, she's actually... Now, cranberry sauce soda. Maybe this is where I have to make an unpopular opinion, but cranberry and soda is actually like my go-to when I'm out at a restaurant. So I don't know about cranberry sauce, so to speak, but cranberry juice with soda water? Perfect. Love that stuff. Man, I could actually go for one of them right now. Cran and soda. It's especially nice when they've got like a little bit of lime as well. Or when they pour it so it's layered and you got like the soda water on the bottom and the cranberry on top, and it's just gorgeous. Generally when it's like that, it means that the bartender's the one that made it. Yeah, you've got 20 classes now, so before you guys go in, since you're both kind of new, I'm just going to give you a quick rundown on all the newer classes. Stellar Saphir is quite fun. It's got great AoE, but it does have a lot of weird mechanics that might take a little bit of a learning curve to figure out how to use. Dragon Nunchuck, you have to play as a small little guy, which means that it's a little bit harder to get costumes for them. In fact, there's no free options for costumes if you play as the Dragon Nunchuck on the small little guy. There are no options. Whipmaster, I think, is really underrated. It's got quite a lot of extra damage bonuses built into it, and its class mechanic is easiest to trigger for exactly the time that you want. Let's see. Guitar you won't be able to pick because you have to have a character that is a high level, so don't even worry about guitar. Star Collar you have to play as a little girl, which has one free-to-play friendly costume option available. Not great, but it is quite strong. Ooh, I'm about to die here. Hold on a second. It's unacceptable to die as a bard. There. Let's see. Lancer. Lancer actually just got buffed. I never played it much before, but the AoE on its like fire skill is quite a bit larger now. It makes it comfortable. Yeah, I'll tab over the what the nunchuck looks like. I was supposed to show you my entire list of characters as well. Hold on, after this run I'll do it because I said I would and I completely forgot about it. Let's see, what else do we have? Shinobi is probably still better as a subclass. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's the Shuriken class that might have been around when you were playing. Oh, hello, Ray. I don't know if I would say that Starcaller is objectively the strongest class, but it definitely has the benefit of having all of its skills. Like it's got two ways to play it. You've got the lightning mode and you got holy mode, and all of its skills are either holy or lightning. So while some other classes, the majority of their damage is loaded into just one or two skills for their element, you can stick with just skills of the same element. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why Starcaller works really well. Is like I think most people play lightning, and then what they get is the straight up build all lightning damage, and you can load everything into lightning without worrying about losing any DPS on your other skills, right? And Nebula itself is a ridiculously strong skill. So, downside for Starcaller is that it doesn't have super great like gathering up mobs in dungeons. So it's great for like bosses, but a little less comfortable gathering up mobs. I need to remember to heal because I don't have Nocturnal on this character since I didn't think it would be necessary. Oh yeah, I forgot that leaves a field on the ground too. You can tell how often I play this one, considering it's only level 102. Guardian got a buff! So, if you played Guardian in the past, it might... Wow, it sounds like I'm promoting my channel really well here. If you played Guardian in the past, I have a video on how Guardian was adjusted, because they've actually made it a lot less tank and a lot more DPS, but it's still very high defense. So, and not only did they make it so that you can play Guardian as any of the 4 body types. So if you're interested in trying one of those kid forms, you know what, I am gonna go back to my character select for a second here. If you're interested in trying one of the kid forms, you can do that on Guardian now, but also check out the video because they really changed it all the way up. Guardian is quite different now. Actually, Guardian is my last one here, so I'll do Guardian next in total. But check it out, this is my cute little girl. This is my Starcaller. She's very cute and small. And then, like I said, the Nunchuck also plays as a small little guy, so he's a little guy. And then Grenadier. Grenadier here can also be played as a kiddo. Hello, Seojia. Thank you for the coffee. I should add another coffee on my desk since you've sent me a coffee. Hold on. There. Yes, Lance and Bow can also be played as the smaller body types as well. So, Grenadier, Guardian, Lance, and Bow can all be played as any of the 4 different body types, which is the small guy, small girl, big guy, and big girl. But Starcaller and the Nunchuck are both locked to the younger body types and to the gender. They also start on their own map, so they're like a whole different experience. Where was I? I was on Dawn. Yeah, it's hard to recommend Nunchuck. It's a bit of a... It's a bit of an odd duck. Which is probably not very convincing coming from someone who's got Nunchuck as like their 4th highest level character. Actually, why is my Nunchuck so high rit level? Like, why did I do that? It's got some really cool AoEs that work differently from how other classes do. Like the main ice skill that I love is you place down a field, and anytime anyone enters the field, a giant saw spawns on them, and then it hits like as an AoE target, and it's not a super long time that it's up. But I don't know, it's just something about it that hits just right. Yeah, once you get started, it's just one thing though. If you're on brand new accounts, there's a quest where you get a box called the Envoy Support Cube, which you can open up at level 10. That box you can actually continue to open up every 10 levels until 110, and it's full of a lot of really good items. Resources that will absolutely demolish your inventory, so I would actually recommend being careful with it and not opening it until you're kind of set that you do like the character you're playing on. You only get that once per account, so be careful and make sure that you don't accidentally toss it or delete the character that it's on. Something else that you might find uncomfortable if you played in the past is they actually removed the warehouse NPCs up until Cactucara. So again, don't open your support cube right away because you're going to run out of inventory space very, very quickly if you do. And wait until you go to Navia to, wait until you get to Navia to put it in your warehouse, because you won't be able to access it. Truthfully, the storage NPCs were added only for the area version, so because X-Legend took over, when they ran an event on the map, where those NPCs were, they updated it to the original Taiwan version, which did not have those NPCs there. Now, if you're really, really desperate for a bank, you can come over to the LP store and you can buy a warehouse card, but you can still only use that once you hit level S25. Oh yeah, you could join a guild, but it would take 24 hours to be able to access the warehouse. So if you want to join a guild, just join one that's what, level 3 or above, and then tomorrow you'll have access to a warehouse inside the guild. Good point. For me, it's usually not something I can do because I always am rushing all the way from level 1 to 100 as soon as possible. So it's faster to just get to Navia. Oh boy. I probably sound like a no-lifer, but I swear I've got things going on. Oh, this is done. Oh yeah, I got my sheep. I actually have a job too. But I'm on call most of the time now. So it's not... I guess it's not quite full-time. Although, like I said earlier, they called me for a 10-hour shift tomorrow. I was kind of expecting that they'd call on Halloween. don't think I actually have anything I need to put in here. I don't know why I came this way. Was it just regular experience books? Oh, we should sell these cards actually. Dual card currency crosses over characters, so you don't really need to worry about which one you sell them on. But Eidolon fragments do not cross over characters. Hey, now that I think about it, I don't think the world was exploding. Despite the fact that I've been going through so many dungeons. We don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need those. I should probably keep that. That's a level 80 accessory. I didn't even notice. Well, yeah, of course, because I said it now, it's gonna bork up something, but... Where'd you go? Kaya! There you are. And I think about it every time I open up my Eidolon list, but I have tried to name my Eidolons after times of day, but I am out of times of day, so if you have any times of day that you think I haven't used, let me know, and I'll rename an Eidolon. An appropriate Eidolon. Back to character select. You know what? I'm gonna do Guardian next. Not because I'm avoiding, the whatchamacallit, what was that other one? Sorcerer. Not that I'm avoiding Sorcerer, but just I really do like my Guardian quite a bit. Even though I don't play her much, she's pretty. Oh yeah, I was trying to grind a card duel. Try to get a bunch of card duel currency since I was gonna do breakthroughs, but not anymore. Oh ho ho, level 85 gold and level 90 Guardian bottom. Alrighty, so the way that Guardian works now is it yeah, I'm on the discard shield mode. So Lightning Spin Blade is a super strong kind of nuke skill now with a 38-second cooldown, and that's I'm probably at cap speed. Yeah, so it's got 38-second cooldown at cap speed. And then you also have Discard Shield, which actually debuffs you while giving you a whole bunch of buffs as well. This all unlocks at level 60 Mastery. But basically what they did was they gave you a like a go DPS mode on Guardian, which is kind of neat because I haven't done that for any other classes. That being said, you can tell I don't play her much. But yeah, all the animations are new. Is that counter lunge? Yeah. And obviously I don't need any kind of bonuses for damage in this mode. But the idea is that you've got two different paths, right, on your weapon mastery. So this is the DPS path where I get all these benefits of being able to go super strong. It does have Roar, and in this game, Roar still shares drops with the party. But this is the DPS path. So on this path, you've got all the sacrifice defense to go combat mode. And on the other path, which I'm not going to switch to, you have the absorb damage from your party members, you've got the Roar gathers up mobs, and you've got the ability to generate a whole bunch of extra, whatchamacallit, they call it malice, aggro, I think most games call it. The Kerberos dungeon is actually in the same spot as the original Infernal Abyss, so it's over in Ventos Prairie. And the last version of it is very hard. Especially since it's solo only. So you can't bring a party member to help you. Now, I'm pretty sure that once you're level 95, it shows up, and all 3 of them show up at level 95. But believe me when I tell you, there is no level 95 that is getting through that last mode. Like, I don't think you can do it without some levels. Press E. Oh, you wanted me to use my skill? Then that's right. All 4 language versions from Area got merged into one server so that everybody's together now. And that's why they added the automatic translation button here. That's what the little A is next to the chat. So if you see somebody chit-chatting in like French or German or Spanish, and in fact, from my understanding, as long as it uses English characters, it could translate any language. Cool. Oh, it's that wrong chat. So the button will toggle between automatic translated to your UI language or the original one. Hello, Ooh. 888. It's not as easy as you might imagine. It's the first one, probably, the level 95 one, probably not going to be too tough, but from there it gets quite hard. Now, the original version of Aura Kingdom is no longer on Steam, so you won't be seeing any Steam review scores there, but the Aura Kingdom Impact was put to overwhelmingly negative because a whole bunch of people flamed it before it even released because they couldn't log in before the servers opened, but they could download it. So, not that I don't think that it deserves a negative rating right now myself, but to be fair, it has been overwhelmingly negative because a lot of people were not able to start the game before the servers opened, and that's when it got review bombed for not being able to play. Buggy game, doesn't work. Since then, there have been legitimate bad reviews about how people feel about the way that it's actually played, but I feel like it wouldn't be as negative if they hadn't been able to review it as a negatively prior to release. And Resonant, my personal opinion is that I did not like that skill because I had no idea where it was even useful. I much prefer the stun leap as a gap closer. It is so much better, in my opinion. Actually, now that I think about it, I wonder... I'm curious. I am curious about something. I was gonna say, if I type Latin into the language thing, is it, will it automatically translate Latin? Or Latin? Hold on, let me Google the lyrics to that Genshin Impact song in Latin. Mod by Aurora lyrics. Let's see, does it translate Latin? No, it doesn't do Latin. Alright, we have learned the limitations of the translation system. It has to be able to determine the language, and it cannot determine Latin. Well, thanks for stopping by, Blue Whale. Even though it was literally just the same dungeon over and over again. Oh, this probably makes the game look ridiculously boring, but again, this is my fault. This is just the most efficient way to farm dragon points. And I desperately need dragon points. What's a lie? Deep lore about why they didn't just do a complete remaster of original Aura Kingdom. You know, one of the things that that I think they were trying to do. You're right, Plinko, I'm sorry. One of the things they were trying to do with the new version, though, is remove a couple of things that they regret. I don't think that they can take back in this version. For example, they got rid of all nocturnal effects inside Aura Kingdom Impact, and that makes sense because it kind of trivializes a lot of the content for healing. Then they also got rid of all the Eidolons that give immunity. And I get it, because it is kind of broken, but if they were to change that in this version, people would riot. Like, you can't just adjust things that people have spent money on. In my understanding, there's actually regions where that's illegal to do in games. Which is why a lot of game companies have to be super careful about nerfing things. And yes, Eska, the harder modes of it are 0 damage dungeons, so good luck. When did Scythe class come out? Now let me take a look at the list here. I want to say it would have been probably around when the latest dungeon was the level 70 or 80. So gosh, that must have been like 2018 or so? Oh gosh, I'm estimating very roughly there. I actually have very little idea of exactly what year it would have been. But I seem to remember 2015? No, the game started in 2014 on area servers, right? Oh, no, double stunned. So 2015 is not the right estimate there, because the very first class to be released after the original was Brawler, then Ranger, then Ronin, then Reaper, and they weren't adding them super fast. It's not out on Impact, is it? They just added Shinobi. They don't have a Reaper on Impact. Okay, yeah, we're looking for a... You might think that way, but there's not a ton of, like... Well, what do you mean, how am I playing on this one? I'm not playing Impact. This isn't Aura Kingdom Impact. Oh. That in there. Come on. You can have DPSing without an Eidolon out. Actually, what is my sub... Ravager? Why is Ravager my subclass? That doesn't seem right. This is the OG. I'm level 102. They only just have a cap of level 90. This is a different version of the game. The studio isn't that big. That's right. That being said, our version here, this Aura Kingdom OG, is about a year behind the Taiwan version. So we actually know what we're getting over the next year. And that being said, Taiwan is kind of, I'm gonna say, a little bit of a slump. Right now, I don't think they're getting any new main quest maps. So we know over the next year we're going to be getting the level 2 abysses, and those can't have been that hard to make because all the mobs inside are reuses, and all they really have to do is just add in the new mobs and decide on how to balance them. Nope, it never did get shut down. So back in, I want to say 2023, Area Games transferred the publishing rights back over to X Legend, the original developer. And then from there, X Legend last year merged the 4 area servers into one, and at that point they stopped allowing you to be able to transfer your information over from area. So it is a little bit older. It's you can't get back your old accounts anymore, but this is the original area server that's been going since 2014. Late 2013 for the closed beta, I think it was. But yeah, I know that they're using a lot of AI in the like especially in the translations nowadays. So they're working with a pretty lean team, and it does result in things being a bit janky. Like in my last video about the patch update, I said that there was an Eidolon that was supposed to be spawning as a world boss, and we get the feeling that it isn't actually respawning. Like, they accidentally made it so that it doesn't actually respawn, because we haven't been able to find it since one person swears to me that they killed it on the first day. So you can tell that it's a small team, but there's something about a small team with a where things can go wrong. So like one time they accidentally made it so that your Eidolon archive was ridiculously borked. So all of the stats that you normally would have had from your Eidolon collection were just all wrong. And basically anybody with a sizable archive ended up with a whole bunch of physical damage before that was really viable. So for just 1 week, everybody had really, really high physical damage, and it was just... You don't get that with a polished game! I'm sure it was frustrating for people that were trying to actually accomplish things, but for me it was just a fun time of goofing around with physical damage. There we are. One more character done. How close are we now? We have just over 50,000 left to go. I'm actually super hungry though. Might take a little break here to go get like a snack. Gosh, what do I even have? What do I have? I think I got apples and peanut butter. So I'll after I finish selling off my fragments here, I am going to take a little bit of a break. 10 minutes tops. We're almost done. I can definitely get this done today. Yeah. Oh, that's quite pretty. Orchid wall lamp. But yeah, my stomach's grumbling so loud that I wouldn't be surprised if you guys could hear it. Gustavo, hello! I would highly recommend either the Goat World bosses, if you're around level 60 to 70 and you need LP fast, the Goat World bosses that spawn every 4 hours. I have a video about how you can get those, or how you can farm those. And if you're above level S1, which is 101, the Vault of Eternity, if you look for people that are carrying that, the chests there can drop quite a lot of LP. And as long as you say it's your first time and you need help on what you need to do to be able to assist them with the vault, normally there's people that handle all the DPS. They just want people to be inside to help with the mechanics that require warm bodies, I should say. Those are going to be your key ways to farm LP. If you have a friend, you can do the bond dungeons. I've got guides up for all of the bond dungeons because those also drop LP. It can be done once a day. I'm getting LP from running the Gaia. I've probably got about 10,000, so it's not anywhere, like from what I've done today, I've probably got about 10,000 LP from running Gaia. But as you can see, I'm running a lot of Gaia, so you won't get as much from that as compared to the other sources. And if you just really... Oh, it does start at S10 plus, you're right, for bonds. If you're just really, really in desperate need of just a little more LP right now, if you come to your currency information and you have tokens, you can convert tokens into LP right here at the alchemy interface. You'll have to buy the recipe, but it's not super expensive. 20 ancient eidolon fragments and 1 alchemical powder makes a level 50 or a 50 LP voucher, and you can get ancient eidolon fragments over here at this one. Tokens are also good for getting masteries and whatnot, so make sure you don't have something else you need to use your tokens for. But these guys will sell you the ancient eidolon fragments, which you can then convert 20 into 50 LP. So you can change your tokens into LP, but they take quite a while to build up. So if you don't have a lot and you need a lot of LP, this isn't the way to do it. But if you just need a really little bit, like for your weekly Ruby coins this week or something, you can get it pretty quickly that way. The Goat World Boss and Vault of Eternity are the better ways to do it if you have a bit more time and can wait for either when the goats spawn or when somebody's recruiting for it. Anyway, I am gonna go get a snack. So I suppose I'll enter my house so it's not as boring. Oh. 2016, eh? I didn't think they were releasing classes that fast back then. Good work, Investigator Plinko. And yeah, my house is gonna load kind of slow because I've got it filled with Eidolon statues. Anyway, 1 second. There we are. Alright, I'm just gonna go have some apples with peanut butter. Probably about 10 minutes till I'm back. Yeah. Back in a bit. why do I have body pillow? Can you not tell that's the same character that I have 3 statues of on my desk here? Is clearly my favorite character. I also have a statue of him in the corner next to me in a wedding dress for no particular reason. Alright, where's the wake up animation? Oh, that's right, I turned up the music a bit. No, it's Tyr! He's a lightning eidolon. Yes, that is an item. Here's another diorama, I guess you could say, of eidolons. I have my house decorated very well. Yeah, I like it. Everyone carefully posed in combat all together. I like it quite a bit. And I'll show off my house a little bit here too. So this is the ladies' combat corner. They're not quite as well matched because these guys, they've got a lot of verticality, especially with like Hades there. But there wasn't a lot of really good verticality with the ladies, so they're a little bit more spaced out. Yeah, and this is the ladies' relaxing corner. I guess they found that the humanoid ones sold better. It's probably the only way to put it. Okay, can we just like pause for a moment though? Like this combo here with these two, they look like they're one statue together in my opinion. Crimson Wings, is that Elizabeth? Up here? She's the vampire lady. And then Persephone's off in her corner being dramatic. Hey, that took a little while for the glow to load in, eh? And then over here I have got some seasonal eidolons and Verdandi for some reason. And then oh, what's her name again? Salome, who's got the yandere eyes going on. And then the only reason why I was able to beat Infernal Abyss, I see that you were struggling quite a bit with that Eska. She's got great healing for storm classes. Oh no, so if you haven't logged in over 30 days, actually I think they extended it. If you haven't logged in over a long period of time, I think they might have extended it to 3 months. Unfortunately, your furniture will be removed, and it was my understanding that it would be mailed back to you. So, if the mail is gone, your furniture might just be gone. However, I also know that there was a bug related to that, so if you haven't been not playing for a super long period of time and all your furniture is gone, you can try sending a letter or a support ticket, because I have heard that there were people that lost their furniture when they shouldn't have and they were able to get it back. Anyway, we are on to the next character with about 50,000 to go, and I am all hyped up after those apples and peanut butter. I don't know guys, yeah, apples and peanut butter seems like a how long ago was the last time you played Eska? Oh, he might be a bit suffering. We're doing it. Alright, so if it was like a really long time ago, you legitimately might have lost your furniture. But if you remember playing more recently, like within the last like 5 months, I would suggest maybe try sending a ticket to see if you were affected by the furniture bug, because I have seen that there was a player in Discord that got a bug. Legitimately, their furniture was just gone, and they were able to recover it for them. Oh, I'm in Navia. Yeah, then it shouldn't be gone. Send a ticket. You might have been hit with the bug. You should be able to just hit the CS button here to open up a window for a ticket. You know, I've got a lot of costumes. But I don't even try leveling up my characters until I'm happy with the costume they've got. There's actually a lot of costumes I really like that I just don't have a character that I'm currently actively using them on. Gosh, where is that one? I might actually have it in my inventory on Midday, my main bow character, just because I like swapping around every once in a while to it. But yeah, as you can see, I've got a collection of clothes here. Oh, this one's quite nice too. I was using this on my wizard for a while. It's dyed nice and pretty as well. Because it's just so pretty. But yeah, I got a lot of costumes and only so many characters I can use them on. But generally, once I get like a set for them, that becomes their set. And I don't swap it around. Wait a minute, what did you do in your house that you're calling it the Quarantine COVID house? Ah. I saw somebody who put out a whole bunch of beds, but that was so that they could put down all of the Pillow Talk Eidolons. Oh, I should have shown you guys that. If you have if you give your Eidolons like maxed out intimacy packs, some of them get the ability to lay down on your beds, and then you can lay down with them. Tyr is not one of those options, so I have to live with the I just live with the pillow. But yeah, you can sleep with some of your Eidolons. You know, that's my secret. I don't take care of these characters. Most of them have bare bones, barely passable gear sets. Like this guy's using level 60 armor and a level 90 top set, but level 60 bottom set. I am clearly not taking care of these guys. And it works because I've got an archive, which is unfortunate to say that you would probably not be able to do this on a brand new account. But yeah, I would not call this taking care. Actually, I'm not entirely sure how to play this class properly as a main. I don't know. There's just something that I find relaxing about this game. And originally, I leveled up all the characters because as a moderator, I wanted to be able to like, with the previous staff, as a moderator, they wanted us to be able to test out bugs that people were reporting, and I thought it was really important for me to have all of the characters at least at a passable level to be able to test those bugs. So I got all the characters to level S1. The new management doesn't really care that much about us being able to test stuff. They don't mind if we just be like, hey, people are reporting such and such an issue. Or, in fact, they kind of prefer when people just submit tickets themselves, right? They don't really need the middlemen. But, I don't know. I like playing dress up. I like the fact that I can use all the different costume weapons as well. It's nice. For me, it's so much of a comfort game. Just sit back, relax, crush some dungeons. And yeah, we're at 751,000, so 49,000 left to go. I do think we're gonna need some serious support for her on the other side though, so what Eidolon should we pull out? I mean, Rachel would have been perfect. But I guess, Storm attribute skill, Storm attribute skill. Alright, well, we'll use Orochi. Since Jormungand's on another one. But then we definitely need some kind of healing support here. So, probably just stick with, Tsubaki? Where'd she go? Tsubaki. Yeah, that's why the majority of my characters are not well built. They've got whatever for armor, and their weapon is whatever. This guy's actually got a crafted. That's quite rare. Oh, and it's a deadly too. That's not bad. But as you can see, he's just using a nocturnal greatsword, like a blue nocturnal greatsword. That's actually pretty rare for having double substats. Yep, I forgot to use the skill and now it's on cooldown. Alright, just hold on a sec. Yeah, that Tanith, the reason why she's a problem is that every time you hit her, you start taking more damage. So having a healing Eidolon to just negate her one bit makes the rest of this relatively trivial once you've got enough DPS. Now, it's not true reflect per se, because the real reflect Eidolon, oh boy, it doesn't matter how much you stack your lifesteal, it basically is useless because you'll die in one hit anyway. Or at least that's been my experience. You know, Shuriken, just as a side note, Shuriken actually kind of has some pretty uninspiring weapons as options. So I did stick with these Thor ones that change when you're in combat. You can use U to toggle it outside, but that looks so freaking cool in my opinion. Hey, no problem. I'll probably be going live again tomorrow, but it'll be a lot later at night, so if it's already bedtime for you, probably won't be while you're around. But I do appreciate you sticking by, and no problem on answering questions. You can always feel free to ask in the comment sections as well. Not that Immobilize does anything on this guy because he doesn't move, but there we are. Yep. That was the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know what the rotation for these guys as a main is. You gotta watch out for Pandora with your Eidolon, especially if you're standing too close, you can easily bounce a whole bunch of damage. I'm probably using Dabica here too, aren't I? Yeah. Well, that's the hard part over. What classes do I have left to do? I've got guitar, then sorcerer, I think. And then all that's left is my S40 ones. Saving the easy ones for the very last. Although if I was smart, I would have actually started on these guys. So far, it was only my Katara that wasn't able to get through Alucard's first form before he despawned, so I suppose I should take that to mean that's the only class that really needs any kind of improvement here, but that's also because they don't have any stuns, I think. We'll see how this guy does. We're just kind of looking for something in the music here. That's fine. Gosh, someday I swear I'll catch up on feeding all my Eidolons the level 80. And then I'll finally be able to sell pure experience, but I just can't bring myself to sell it when I still have Eidolons that need food. That being said, as Plinko might say, that'll never happen if I don't actually start running it daily instead of rushing it at the end of every month. I did better this time though, because last month I had not even hit my first ruby coins. And the day before I did the stream, I ended up running basically the same amount. Although last time I did use a lot more buffs as well, I might have finished in less runs. But yeah, I don't know where all my Azurians went. I don't think I used up absolutely all of them. Hey, there's some Vault of Eternity. Oh yeah, but those parties fill up real fast. Sure do see a lot of people getting those lucky packs on Paragon. The rate is really, really high, but of course the lucky packs only have a chance of dropping the fragments. Although I've been really lucky with eggs lately. I think it was oh gosh, it was 2 recently that I got, where I got like 7 or 8 fragments in one egg. I mean, saying that kind of sounds like I'm encouraging using eggs. I highly don't recommend it. If you're taking them off Paragon, that's one thing, but buying them off other players, you're probably not gonna come out ahead. Oh, I forgot to sell off all the tokens. 1 second. Should be 3 more characters total. And I didn't mean to sell those, but whatever, let's just get rid of them all then. And then we'll feed Gaia. I'll save the smalls. You never have enough smalls. Apparently, this guy's collecting armor fortification scrolls? Well, sure, we can consolidate them all here. I don't mind that. Make a bit more space in my shared bank. I don't even remember if I've got any sets of armor that I'm fortifying right now. I don't think so, because I spent so long working on fragments for my Awakening Holy Chest. Oh, Eidolons. But yeah, completely out of fragments to fortify things on this server. It takes gold to fortify things on Impact, and at first I thought that would be fine, especially since they were super generous with your ability to get fortification scrolls, but it turned gold into a currency that you can't use to trade other players because of how much it costs to fortify your gear, and I just wasn't a fan of how it ended up feeling. If I did more Vault of Eternity, it would be a non-issue though. You can tell I was farming card duels, since I keep having the all 4-1 here. Actually, if you accept the 2 times card duel and the 4 times 1 at the same time, they'll both fill up at the same time. But you can only do that if on one day you did the 2 card duel, then accepted the 4 and didn't finish it. So basically it's like a small bit of makeup. Alright, how do I play this one again? Okay, apparently I was doing lightning. So we'll go into lightning. And who shall we use? We are gonna use Zhangfei. She rolled right? No, she's not. But she does have her skill seal. That might come in handy against stuff like whatchamacallit, Nalani. Now, guitar's mechanic is a little annoying. Basically, wait, why don't you move? Basically, on your interface here, it stacks up notes based on the skills that you use. But to my understanding, your only option is to stack up 3 of the same note. Right? It won't do anything unless you've got 3 of the exact same note. So you don't have a ton of options for your skills for efficiency. And this is what I'm talking about, that I'm not very good at coming up with rotations, because for example here, if you try to use any of your other like skills that have any kind of debuffs on them, you lose out on your the thing that's supposed to make it a unique class in the first place, the interface here. Right? So if I use my healing skill, it completely interrupts my notes. And unlike on Lance, where if I use the skill and then just quickly, like if I use the other element skill, and then I quickly reuse this one, it doesn't overwrite it, it pushes it along. So you actually do have to use 3 more skills every time you use an incorrect one. 1, 2, 3, and then we can go back. Except I keep hitting E intending to release because that's where it is on my Lance. It's similar to Lance, but not the same. And that's what we talk about when we say that this isn't a good class for new players, which is good because you can't play it when you're new. It's the only class locked behind. You have to have awakened at least one character to get it. Body and kneel down to play a piece of music so full of healing power that it cures targets of both fatigue and wounds while restoring their health. Actually, it would make a lot more sense if I swapped these. She's still got the healer's blessing on. Interesting. That's from the Augur's wish list, actually. I probably used her to record some footage for it, because I don't remember ever taking it. Well, yeah, these guys also have fancy animation for jumping. At least they do when the guitar is in hand. Honestly, I'm pretty sure lightning is not considered to be optimal. Most people I know that have talked about playing guitar choose either dark or holy. I mean, it makes sense because this is actually quite a powerful buff here. Anyway, and we can cleanse the debuff. Oh, I don't have Nocturnal here either. I thought something felt a bit off. That should be the hard part out of the way. Alright, we have 40,000 to go, so I might actually need to do it 3 more times. Because you definitely don't get 20,000 per run. At least not without any buffs active. Yep, wrong button. Ugh. Wow. Kinda lagging on DPS here. We'll quickly throw out the triple dark seems to be a buff. I thought maybe we could stop them from actually attacking us and pushing us into those spots that'll just grab you, but I made it through. Now watch my sorcerer be an absolute cakewalk next to these guys. I mean, it wasn't that hard. Oh, that's a combo skill, isn't it? Yes, it is. Do I have any more combo skills here? I totally do. And that's just a guitar skill. Oh gosh, I'm so unfamiliar with this class. Damage received plus 10%. That's actually really good. Why on earth did I stick it over here on 8 where I can't reach it? Oh, probably because I was more focused on playing lightning. No wonder nobody does lightning for guitar, just me. And the only reason I did it was because I wanted to use Tyr as my Eidolon. Oh, and I'm in the S1 gear as well. I'm not good S1 gear. This is a bit of a debacle, look. Not great. And no trophies, no Nocturnal. Wow. Yeah, no, she's a bit of a mess, this cutie. But even she was able to beat that Alucard first form. My Katar definitely is the one that needs the most work. Man, why do I have to get those apples? There was like some napkins on the counter from earlier this week. I went out for dinner. Oh. I went out for dinner earlier this week because it was a cold, rainy night and I didn't really have anything defrosted that I could make. So originally I went out and I'm like, alright, I'm gonna have pho for dinner because a nice bowl of warm soup would be great right now. But when I got out, the pho restaurant was jam-packed full. So like literally everybody was thinking it's a pho kind of night. So I ended up going to a donair place because it was very quiet. But I've been there a lot of times, Great Donairs. I've always been staring at their butter chicken poutine. So the napkins from when I ordered the butter chicken poutine on Sunday were just still sitting there on the counter. And just looking at them made me want to get some more after we finished the day. It was really, really, really good. Like just good fries, topped in butter chicken with curds. Like it was amazing. And I'm not talking dirty napkins, just to be clear here, just the leftover napkins that they gave me because they gave me a bunch of napkins. It was so good. Honestly, nowadays when I go out for food, it feels like if you're not spending at least $20, you're gonna end up leaving hungry. This butter chicken poutine was only $10 and I was absolutely full. It was a very good meal. And it feels like it's really hard to get that nowadays at that price. I was gonna try and look at her costume, but I suppose we shouldn't be staring up Kotonoha's skirt here. And before I forget, I'm just gonna stick her back in the warehouse now. How are we? Okay, we have 27,000. I've still got my Whipmaster, my guns, and my source. I'm gonna skip the source. I don't like it. And it doesn't have anything to do with reminding me of something that I did to somebody who was not very nice. Oh right, the festival. Oh gosh, it's already 6 o'clock server time. Now I'm here, so I may as well grab the buff with this little one. If we just stand here and let them run over us, we should get them. And in the meantime, I will pour another cup of tea. These buffs are nice because they last 24 hours, and they don't count down when you're offline, which means that if you're just running Dimension Halls, it'll basically last you an entire year. That's 3, and then the last one. I love Vayu perched on the top there. It looks so cool. Alright. Yeah, the key to those floats is that the area where you get the AoE is not like standing underneath them. It's a space around them, and I'm not 100% sure exactly where it is. I generally think it's in front of them, but when they're moving, you just stand in their way and let yourself get run over. You should be able to get them without too much difficulty. There you are. The next one is going to run in about 20 minutes. I probably do want to actually get some of those buffs on my other characters, so even though I just said that I will do... Oh, no, it's not going to take 20 minutes to run on Source. Now, of all the costumes my characters are in, this is actually probably my least favorite. What I was trying to go for was like a bookish sort of vibe. And even though I do like the costume, just something about it isn't quite clicking properly, so I might redo her costume at some point. I think my main issue is actually that I don't have any really good book costumes. This is actually one that you can get in the Vault of Eternity, so it's extremely inexpensive. That's the Vault of Eternity one, right? Yeah, it is. And she does have a Nocturnal sub. Oh, a Destroyer. Oh right, I was wondering why on earth I've got Halloween Zephyr here, but that's because I was doing the thumbnail for my video on this character for some reason. This is also why I've got Provoke as my first skill slot. I guess that's gotta be that one. Actually, it's probably that. Should probably do those that way. Who needs mechanics when you can just hold alien energy? Yeah, it's literally not giving me any void energy. I don't think that'll work in the party mode though. $775, 25k to go. Okay, specifically what I meant when I said I didn't think it would work is I meant that I didn't think it would nuke them without, like, all three of them with one cast. Yeah, it doesn't quite make it through the third. Am I actually a fire whiz? Yeah, I guess I am. Or sorry, source. Oh gosh, I have not fortified that at all. I don't know if I even have a fortified fire relic. I mean, I have so many trophy scrolls, I should probably fortify that. I mean, this is pretty fast. I don't know why I was so resistant. I don't like it, but it's very fast. And I mean, technically, my ones that are under S5 get slightly less dragon points because my Holy Cabinet is got one S5 weapon in it, so it doesn't count. Yeah, you could come at me and complain that my Holy Cabinet is kind of pathetic, but truth be told, I could never be bothered to do that many plus 30 weapons when I was working on my Awakening Holy Chest. I figured that was definitely the higher priority, so... Now I kind of want to work on weapons for my characters. You can tell that they're somewhat lacking. 105%. Wow, she was draining so much HP from them that even with 10 stacks, she is doing just fine. And even if she wasn't, she's got a cleanse. But you see that? In the other mode party, holding my alien energy, it would kill them and then start the next set. Whereas here, it only just killed them. So that's one of the reasons why I don't understand it. But this one, you can tell that it's harder. So don't feel bad if you can't beat this mode. I think it's got a higher pen requirement, and that's the main issue of why it's why these guys are tankier. No, it might not be pen. I think it's just damage taken reduction. Just because I don't think there's any shot this would be 164 pen. Although, to be fair, you can't tell what the pen is when you're inside the dungeon. I really wish, like, mousing over that shield would tell you how much pen they have. That would just make too much sense, though. Flame shock could be pretty good, though. Hold on a second, she's also in Aura gear? Gosh, maybe I really need to rethink Source, because Source is kinda slapping. I might have to. Just every time I use my Source, I'm reminded of the time that I accidentally sent Scar the wrong food. Anyway, these last two should be a cakewalk on both party and solo mode, of course. Not that I want to encourage any ideas, but considering how much easier it is to get dragon coins in-game, it would make a lot more sense if these were switched. I don't want them to be, because then my month-end suffering would be even more suffering. But, yeah, the dragon coins don't really entice me, the extra dragon coins. I definitely use mastery books to get that up there. I don't know if it still works, but apparently before, on the dark path, these little fiends that spawn alongside your character while you're fighting, if you died, they would actually hold the aggro from the mobs, and then you wouldn't have to like the bosses might still be at the same level of HP when you run back to them, even if you're soloing. gone too slow. Party's immune to all negative status effects. Oh, healing. Oh, it didn't quite make it either. I think if I had used a flame shock on there, I would have been able to get it down. But instead I just held E. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, one more character should do it. So I think I'll go with guns. I love whip and all, but I think guns will be more, Since guns is ranged, it'll be able to go through more quickly. Quickly feed Gaia, and then I'm not gonna bother selling off the fragments here. I know this person isn't gonna have enough to get a wish coin. So no problem there, and I kind of want to just finish. Oh, and then go for a walk. Or no, I have to leave some. I have to get some buffs on some characters in Navia. Guns. And this should be the last one. Oop. Oh gosh, I don't even remember which characters I want to get the buffs on. I'll have to double check it. Basically anybody that I think I should do main quest on today, I guess. Oh gosh. Or maybe I save some main quest for tomorrow. Oh. I would really like to go for a walk though, that would be nice. After spending, oh gosh, it's been a little over 4 hours live. Nice little walk. $10,000 remaining. Yeah, you can tell how much stronger this character is just by how they're breaking through these chests even while the shield is up. But even this cutie is not exactly fully built here. I'm still using an S25 weapon. And I figure I'll hold out for the Storm Abyss. I don't know the order they're being released. But if it's the same order that they appeared inside of the game originally, then we've got Light and Dark before Storm. And Lightning would be last. Oh yeah, I still need to give this away somehow. Oh. Gosh. I'm so glad I saved my good characters for the very last. 62,000 to go, or no, 6,200 to go. And if it's just shy, well, then I've got my Whipmaster after all. Yeah, I think it's damage taken that causes these guys to be a little bit tankier. And we're at 6 minutes until the next party in Navia. Fortunately, all my characters are in Navia. I probably should have just done the party mode first since it drops more. 3,800 to go. And I've got Irene out because I was doing the bond dungeon that seals your skills. And then 2 giant bosses after you. It's so much easier when you've got a immunity idol on out. I think I'll be able to resist going out for more, for a fancy dinner of butter chicken poutine today. Perhaps after my 10-hour shift tomorrow, I'll stop by that so I can have a treat while streaming for Halloween. But maybe not if there's a whole bunch of sweets around the office. That's kind of my biggest worry, is that I'll get to the office tomorrow and it'll be 10 hours of being taunted by a bunch of people bringing in candy. Although it might be the day after Halloween, when people, or rather the week after Halloween, when people actually start bringing in the majority of it. I've still got this Poseidon's War Whale, which is a very cute mount. I like it quite a bit. But I only have one, so I can't upgrade it. And I haven't been able to find anybody that wants it. There we are. That was enough. And we're already here, so let's just quickly finish it off. I don't mind the LP and all the Eidolon food anyway. Oh no, that was the last one. Okay, so I know I've got a couple characters that need main quest done, and those are the ones that I'd like to get the Navia buff on, because it includes quest experience, if I remember correctly. And I might do one of them tonight. No, that's all. And I use this character a lot, so I'm not too worried about cleaning up her inventory immediately. Not too worried about cleaning up her inventory immediately. But I'll still feed Gaia. Alright, well we got 7 levels on her today. That's not bad. Now, who was it that I needed? I think, Urihime. Urihime and my Ravager are the 2 that come to mind. Goody. So we'll quickly grab that, and then I think we'll call it for the day because I should probably do something a little bit more active. I mean, I've already gone for 2 walks today already, so it's not like I've been sitting at my desk doing nothing. But yeah. Get her lined up, and then I'll quickly get my Ravager lined up as well. Because there's still 2 minutes till the spawn time. And I know there's another spawn time, but I think I'll be busy. So I'll just grab 2 now. And then call it for the day. Yeah, because Hiragi's already done it. Everybody here up is already done. No, Midnight. I think Midnight's done too. It's Evenfall, isn't it? Oh, come on. This is a bad time for such upbeat music to be coming in. Ah, yes, level 25. Should be good right here. How many seconds? None. Not exactly the party music that's deserved here, but I do like this song. Hold on a second. Gonna switch this song. Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, it did. There. Here's the other one that I really liked. Hold on. Just while we're waiting, while I have to stand here staring at it, I'm gonna try and put on some nicer music, or more upbeat music. I've got the soundtrack from the new Genshin Impact patch, but unfortunately, I haven't fixed all the names yet. So, I'm trying to remember the Chinese name of the song. Where is it? This one. Was I too far? Was I too close? I didn't get that first one? No, there we go, I got it now. Oh, there's 2! I probably should have put the other character a little further along, but it's fine. 3. Come on. There we go. It's a really good soundtrack. I love this song quite a bit, but I gotta update my playlist and I gotta figure out what to do with my original program that no longer works, because right now I've just loaded everything into VLC. Which is, I mean, it works. VLC always works. VLC just works. That's the main town theme from Nod Cry. But don't ask me what it's called, because I can't read it. And then this one is from a specific like, mountain? Island? No, I wasn't far enough in advance. Just stand in front of it and stand still. Ah, now's the perfect time to do it. You grab the float buff, grab the Eileen buff, grab the buff from the pumpkin in Cactucara, and go for it. Especially since the pumpkin glasses are this week. The pumpkin glasses are here, so you've probably got this active even if you don't have the other one active. Alright, that's all 4. Because I got that one coincidentally as I was logging in. So I am done for today in terms of streaming. We did a cool 4.5 hours, so I should probably, like I said, stand up for a bit, stretch out, get some, maybe I'll do some laundry. But that is going to be it for today. Thank you so much for everybody for stopping by. It's so much nicer to have a little bit of company doing this. The very first night last month, I did it over 2 days, and no Plinko. Very first night, I was alone, just complaining to Plinko in Discord, actually, about how exhausted I was, and I ended up going until like 1 AM, I think it was, just to make sure that I would be able to get it the second day during the live stream. This time, I did better, because I was running dungeons the entire month. It's just right at the end, wasn't quite enough. But we did it! We did it! We did it. And yeah, I think I need to do some laundry. The temperature's been so all over the place that I end up changing clothes halfway through the day because it went from being freezing to being too hot. But such is life. Thanks so much for stopping by, and we'll catch you guys next time.